Private family offices session today. Of course, we will have 2 hours as a private session, and then we will continue this discussion in a public manner after that. My name is Abdulaziz Hami. I'm part of the family offices attraction and enablement team in MISA. I welcome you all in this session, which is part of the FII agenda and powered by MISA. Honestly, family businesses have been from a long time ago a cornerstone of Saudi Arabian economy, driving innovation, growth, and opportunities across generations. Today, our focus is on building a world-class family offices ecosystem, empowering both Saudi and global families to grow, institutionalize, and invest from the kingdom with confidence. Reflecting on the growing recognition of family offices as a key driver of global investment and long-term capital formation. We aim to discuss perspective and insights on the opportunities and challenges shaping family offices globally, and we will advance the community, inshallah, in the kingdom with continuous to build a vibrant, collaborative family offices network anchored in KSA. We are also honored, alhamdulillah, to welcome an exceptional line of family offices principals, investors, and thought leaders who will be guiding the discussion today, inshallah. And maybe finally, I would like to also highlight that you will find in your seat some handout that outline the evolving family office landscape in the kingdom and include our contacts to basically, and we would be very delighted to facilitate for your establishment, facilitate for your support in your journey in the kingdom, and connect you with the right partners as well. So thank you all for being here. I would like to hand it over to my colleague, John Defterius, who will be moderating the first fire chat with His Excellency Al-Falih. John?
Good morning, everybody. Abdulaziz, thanks for the introduction. Delighted to be back at the FII. John Defterius, the former CNN emerging markets editor and anchor, was based in the region for 10 years, but actually had the pleasure to cover the kingdom for more than 25 years, and now a senior advisor at APCO worldwide and in the Gulf about 40% of the year, even though I'm based in London. I'm delighted to be back at FII for the 9th time, but more delighted that more than a half the day is being devoted to family trading groups, which are very fabled here in Saudi Arabia, and now evolving as quite prominent family offices, and making that link from the international family offices to the Saudi family offices, and what's the foundation that's built for them to grow together. I think it's extremely prescient that MISA, the Ministry of Investment in Saudi Arabia, has taken this bull by the horns. It's an initiative that started in January of 2025, so we're about 9 months in, and there's a lot coming down the pipeline. But you want to look at both the partnerships, what's the economic environment, what are the regulations that are in place, and how this can evolve into a financial hub for family offices around the world. This is about substance and not flash. That's why we made it a private session. So we're going to have a fireside chat with His Excellency, and then 2 roundtables that I'll chair, looking at kind of the international portfolio and the Saudi family offices. And they're in collaboration with the National Center for Family Business, the NCFB, who I had a chance to meet last Thursday. And they're looking at the governance in that 3rd panel session. So I'm going to ask, because we have very limited time for each roundtable, 30 minutes, that each one of your interventions as a panelist comes in at 2:30, but that just have a dialogue with each other. What success is so far in Saudi Arabia? What are you looking for from the government? This is something the minister had talked about with me overnight on the phone. we want to be challenged here to open more doors. So first, let's set the framework and bring His Excellency up to the stage. He'll tell you where he is today with it, where he wants to be in 2026, and whether we can create a community. I want to ask him about that, an international community partnering with regional companies, but particularly here in Saudi Arabia. Can we give a warm welcome to Khalid Al-Faleh, the Minister of Investment for Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, John.
I've only had a chance to talk to him in 2 days on the phone, so it's good to see you face to face. Your team's excellent, by the way. They've curated a really good program, and I know this is a priority. What I thought would be a very good place for us to start is to look at the journey of Vision 30. I had a chance to cover it when I was based in the region and still very engaged. 2 times the GDP in 10 years. You're in charge of investment. We have stock now of $113 billion, and that stock has doubled in the last 4 years alone, right? So that's a great track record. You can look at some of the other indicators that point to that. But you're not one that's satisfied until that pyramid is built. So what is the role here in the next 4 years as a benchmark to 2030 to finish the pyramid on the macroeconomic outlook, would you suggest?
John, thank you very much for doing this. We miss you in the region.
My wife actually thinks I still live in the region because I'm here so often.
We'll keep coming. We'd love to have her back as well.
I'll be here 3 more times in Riyadh before the end of the year.
That's good.
That's a lot.
Okay. No, it's not a lot. The more the merrier. Anyway, it's good to welcome everyone here. Thank you all for answering our invitation. This is a funny room because I have people sitting to my back. I apologize. But I see some of the greatest investors from around the world, including greatest investors from Saudi, some families that are steeped deep in our economy and even in our history. I see Prince Khalid ibn Walid, other royals. I see Abdullah Zamel from a very important industrial and investment family. I see the heads of some of our most successful funds, Tariq al-Sideri. I see people from the region like His Excellency Naif al-Hajraf, who was the Secretary General, lived here in Riyadh as Secretary General of GCC. Before that, Minister of Finance of Kuwait, and now runs his family office, and he spends, I believe, more time in Riyadh than in Kuwait, or thereabouts. And I see, of course, global investors. I see Lindsay, who runs, to a large degree, the administrative part of Ray Dalio's family office and has been a great advisor to us. So this private setting, as you said, and as Abdulaziz said, is a great place to architect the journey of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, to fill whatever void that may exist globally for family offices to grow, prosper, thrive, address opportunities in investing that may not be available today and their other alternative locations available to them. I know everybody who's here has multiple choices of where to spend the next 90 minutes. Everybody has multiple. They chose to be here for a purpose, for a reason, because they believe there is value to be had by having this conversation. So I welcome you, I thank you, and I hope we can fulfill that. By the way, we just had His Excellency Rassan Suleiman join us. He has been very diligent in building this national center for family offices, spends a significant amount of his time with us in the ministry, designing the ecosystem in Saudi Arabia for allowing family offices to continue what they have been doing for many, many generations, and indeed for the entire history of our people and many peoples around the world. Let's remember that the global economy over time has been built primarily and almost exclusively before the modern introduction of financial and capital markets by enterprises that were started and operated and owned by family offices. I think you touched on a couple of points that I'd like to elaborate on, and I mentioned it yesterday in the panel at the FII. At the macro level, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has delivered to a large degree. In some areas, we have exceeded the target set for Vision 2030. GDP has doubled. Non-oil GDP has grown by a factor of 2.5x. So non-oil GDP is outstripping the traditional mainstay of the Saudi economy. Private sector is grown from 40% contribution to 51%. We're not satisfied. We want the private sector to provide 65%. Dr. Ghassan will share with you when it's his turn what is the family offices contributing in terms of quantum and actual financial, but they constitute in Saudi Arabia 95% of the number of enterprises operating in the kingdom. That doesn't necessarily translate one-to-one to their market valuation or their revenues or their profitability, but they are a significant part of the fabric of the Saudi economy, like they are in many of the market-based nations and jurisdictions. Having said that, we believe strongly that the pyramid, as you refer to, is not fully constructed. At the top of the pyramid, we have some of the world's greatest companies doing some of the world's greatest contributions, whether it is an actual business scale or innovation or sustainability. You think of Aramco, SABIC, Aqua, Ma'aden. These are, in many aspects, the number ones in their own space, and in their STC, some of our, SMB and other Saudi banks. The middle market of Saudi Arabia is doing well. We have family-owned companies that contribute significantly, and in fact, many. I talked about Aqua. Aqua recently joined the ranks of being a listed market-traded company, but they started as a family business.
They changed the industry,
and
actually,
they changed the industry globally. And without exaggeration, when I visit nations around the world, from developed to developing, people ask about Aqua. Number one, is Aqua in your delegation? Can we meet with Aqua? Can we do stuff with Aqua? Because they truly have disrupted the industry. They provide the lowest cost electricity, the lowest cost desalinated water, the lowest cost green hydrogen, and they do it at scale in every geography on the planet. And that's a family-owned business. And they're not the only one, but they are. Al-Fanar is doing amazing things around the world. In your own country, in the UK, they are doing the first large-scale sustainable aviation fuel in Teesside that's going to provide, and it's still a family-owned business, but they are building also servers here in Riyadh with HPE for the data centers that are going to be powering
under Data Vault, right?
Yeah, and then Data Vault is also another family business that committed to spend tens of billions of dollars around the world. They were part of the Trump visit and the commitments that Saudi Arabia. So they're already in the big league in terms of commitments, ambition, capital to be deployed in AI data center. And the list goes on, and of course, the point about the pyramid is the SME sector in Saudi Arabia is still way below. It's 20% plus or minus 2, I believe is the number. We wanted to go to 35%. The economy has grown. They're growing with the economy, but they're not outpacing the economy the way I described the non-oil activities in the private sector.
Can I ask you something here?
And
Yeah.
part of the problem for the SMEs is access to finance, access to capital.
That was my question.
And having investors, they are, by themselves family offices, but the banking sector in Saudi Arabia is busy and satisfied funding government securities are mostly listed in Saudi Arabia, and the banks love taking them because they are secured and they fit their capital allocation and duration requirements and liquidity. They lend to the big players, the listed companies at the top of the market, as well as the PIF. So there is a sector that can grow significantly ahead of GDP growth, meet market voids in Saudi Arabia that needs access to finance. And family capital deployment through funds, through private credit, through VCs can feed this sector that needs to grow. So when you talk about pyramid, you get my attention that this is really one of the priorities. I talked about many areas where Vision 2030 outperformed our targets. This is an area where we're lagging. Okay, so we're turning our attention to it, and we're going to address it by different interventions, including encouraging family offices from the kingdom, from the region, from the rest of the world to come to the kingdom and work through the appropriate channels to achieve higher returns by addressing this market segment.
Okay, so let's get concrete here. We're at FII. You have a family group that comes to you. You mentioned a number of them when you took the stage. They knock on the door of the Ministry of Investment. What are they looking from you? What can you offer them? And what do you want from them in terms of sources of capital, thinking differently about the kingdom?
Yeah. Well, first of all, family offices and high net worth individuals are significant part of the global investment landscape. They create a lot of capital by being the smartest investors in their area, whether it's a geography or a sector. And you see it in Silicon Valley, you see it in China, you see it in developing Asia, you see it here in the Middle East. Allow me to go back and just say the history of Saudi Arabia. When you think of us coming into the modern developed world, families like Olayan, Zainal, Zamil, I talked to them, Jamils, Jafali.
The backbone of the kingdom.
They are the backbone,
I agree.
and they created before the modern capital markets. The same thing happened globally, and they find and go for good investments wherever they are. What we want them to do, realizing that Saudi Arabia is one of the fastest growing economies in the world over time. Over time, we're one of the fastest growing. By the way, one metric that would be of interest to those who are coming from the outside to Saudi Arabia, the Tadawul market since the 80s to today has returned to investors at a CAGR of 11% rate of return. So it's and Tadawul is just a mirror reflection of the Saudi economy. And that's mostly before Vision 2030. So with Vision 2030, we're going to inject a significant energy growth potential, profitability in the market as we address the exciting sectors of today and tomorrow. Global investors don't know this, so we want them to come in. We want them to partner with the Saudi investors. We want them not only to deploy capital, we can get capital. There are $7-8 trillion sitting with asset managers. I could have a meeting with 7 people who are present at FII and access $7 trillion of capital if I wanted to. And we struck them deal. And you heard yesterday about $11 billion between BlackRock and Saudi Aramco and so on and so forth. So capital is available, but capital alone is not enough. What we want from this great group that is becoming standing room only in this room is ideas. As I said, these are smart investors. We want their networks. Each one of them has a portfolio of investments that they know what these investments need, how they can grow, how they can come. So if a high net worth individual or a family office of a certain family wants to open a branch here, the least thing they could do is say, we're deploying X% of our capital into Jadwa or Tariq. That's good. I'm sure Tariq is very happy and he's going to ask for that when he gets on the stage and talk. But that's not what we want alone. In addition to this, we want them to bring their companies. We want them to bring the companies they invest in elsewhere and say, you're missing out. By being here, they will be able to do that. We want them to bring also a network of investors. Most of them co-invest with other smart investors around the world. And when they come here, they listen to a lot of good ideas in the FII. In 2 or 3 weeks, they will be preoccupied by something else. If they establish and get a footprint in Saudi Arabia, they will see the opportunities for themselves. They will get the prospectus of investments. They will have face-to-face discussions with the other family offices from around the world, from Saudi Arabia. Today, I'll tell you another data point. We started 3 years ago with an objective, discussed with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, to bring global companies to Saudi Arabia, not for Saudi Arabia, but for global markets and for sure for regional markets. We called it the RSQ program, jointly by MISA and the Royal Commission for Riyadh, RCRC. We had a target of 300 by 2030. His Royal Highness, as he usually does, raised the target to 500. Today we're approaching 700 companies. We hit 780, I believe, yesterday.
His Excellency Dr. Ghassan, please join us. Thank you so much. His Excellency Lord Grimstone. We also, where is Basil? Basil, please welcome. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Robert Smith could not join us, but the secret is we have too many questions anyway, so we will make up the time.
Not enough time.
We never have enough time. Oh my goodness, only 36 minutes. Well, I am so honored to moderate this panel under the auspices of His Excellency and with such a distinguished group of investors and leaders in family offices. I want to start by saying His Excellency, even though I usually respect and listen to him, today I'm going to get in trouble because he didn't even want to talk. I will say I have to open with you, and what he would really love to do is engage in a dialogue as I question some of you on this moment. I will start by saying, and I see so many friends in the audience, Lubna Olian and many others, I've been coming to the kingdom for over 25 years, and the last 10 especially have made me so proud to be a longtime friend of the kingdom. The incredible reforms, the incredible opportunities that are happening in economics, in social activity, and of course, in the great political leadership of His Royal Highness. Vision 2030, I think, is exceeding everybody's expectations. And just when you think His Excellency could not get another assignment from His Royal Highness, he and I worked together not on one, but 2 trips from President Trump to the kingdom. That both times, imagine, it's never really happened in American history that a president would go to one country first 2 times, 2 terms. But I think it shows his commitment to the bilateral relationship, his commitment to the King and His Royal Highness, and his commitment that the kingdom is such an important friend to the United States. And so we worked on those trips. We didn't sleep for many weeks, but they were, I hope, God willing, they were successful. And then about just a year ago, maybe not even, he called me and he said, His Royal Highness has given MISA a new directive. Why would the kingdom not be a destination for the most important families, for capital flows that we can invest together? We have the most amazing investment opportunities. We have a stable and thriving and growing economy. And so he's given me this assignment. I told him, give me a couple of years, Your Royal Highness. And 9 months later, he was to produce everything. So I am so impressed with this new focus area. And I really have 2 questions to start us off and then to jump in. Your Excellency, why was this initiative so important for His Royal Highness? And secondly, the sort of reasons why you inherently understood how to describe the opportunities that you have as a family office to invest in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Dina, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Masa al-khair, everyone. Thank you for what you do, to many causes you subscribe to, but certainly one important cause has been the relationship between the kingdom and the US and between the private sector of Saudi Arabia and the private sector within the United States, especially the financial sector where you work now. His Royal Highness sees the potential of the kingdom to be a significant global leader and driver in many aspects. You're seeing it today in the geopolitical sphere, his own style, behind the scene, facilitating many things that are important to humanity. You see it in his drive for prosperity, not just in the kingdom, but in the region, and the example he has set by focusing the leadership, the government, the private sector, and the citizens of a country that had so much that it could do that was not being done. And he turns that potential in reality, as you said, with the realization of many of the midterm objectives of Vision 2030 already being a reality. But he sees the potential of collaboration across borders, mobilizing ideas, mobilizing innovation, mobilizing capital, across borders to achieve common objectives. And we know common objectives, fulfillment is one thing, but also capital appreciation is something that enterprises in a capitalistic system wants, including family offices. Within our culture, within our values, within our religion, the family is the center of society, but the family is also the creator of wealth for thousands of years within our culture. And certainly if you look within my lifetime and since the creation of the modern Saudi Arabia almost 100 years ago, the bedrock of the emergence of Saudi Arabia as a modern country initially was mostly family, and the government did its things. There was Aramco and a couple of government or private, but most of the business was created by great families that, you know, they were merchants, they built enterprises. We have some of them around the table. So it is in our DNA, and we want to empower them to do more. And we want the emergence of a vibrant, large, number 9 capital market in the kingdom, with Tadawul today being valued over $3 trillion, growing from maybe 10% or 20% of that in 6-7 years to where it is today. That shouldn't be at the expense of how we value family enterprises, and I'm honored that His Excellency Ghassan has created this strong center for family-owned companies. But also we realize the role of international family enterprises and their family offices, and we want them to be here. His Royal Highness has asked for us, not just me and my ministry, but the rest of the government, to attract and facilitate and enable multinational companies to come here. And as I've mentioned repeatedly this week, we're approaching 700 licensed, including some of the world's largest and most powerful financial institutions. He's been actively also facilitating for multilateral organizations, affiliates of United Nations and others, to have regional or even their global headquarters here. And the ecosystem that is developing in the kingdom between the Saudi enterprises, between the international multilateral companies, the financial institutions, professional services, and now the last missing block of this ecosystem that is going to innovate, create ideas, deploy capital, multiply capital through pursuing opportunities in the new economy of the world, whether it's AI, biotech, global connectivity. All of this is going to require the innovation and the contribution of all important enterprises. And I think one of the most important ones is family offices from the great families of the kingdom, the region, and importantly, the world. The world has not known Saudi Arabia as a destination or as a platform from which. So our role is to listen, which we did today. We did at Milken, super returns in Berlin and Singapore, during Bloomberg. We want to take our action coming out of today's private and now public session and roll out a detailed roadmap to make Saudi Arabia one of the most competitive locations for family offices to come and thrive within a thriving Saudi Arabia. And what His Royal Highness has said, he wants the whole region with a new renaissance to be the new Europe. And by Europe, he was referring to the renaissance, the coming out of a vibrant region. And His Royal Highness is working on peace and prosperity in the region, following on quite an advanced implementation of Vision 2030.
Well, it really is something that I think is happening very quickly. And Dr. Ghassan, you have actually been working on the frameworks within the kingdom of how to make it the most attractive for family offices, but also how to define successful current family offices in Saudi Arabia. Give us a little bit of the elements and the criteria that the center looks at, and what maybe a guidepost would be for people that are looking to open a family office here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Dina. I want to build upon what His Excellency mentioned in one of the previous sessions. Family businesses in Saudi Arabia represent 95% of the total enterprises in the private sector. And he did mention that our aspirations is to get private sector participation up to 65% of GDP. When we started in Vision 2030, it was at the level of 40%. So there is still much to do, but the message and the vision is we want the private sector to be the key, most important driver of economic development in Saudi Arabia. Now, when we talk about family businesses, not only in Saudi Arabia, but in general, globally, one of the main concerns is the transition from one generation to another generation. And in the session that was just previous to that, one of the speakers did mention that 65% of conflicts within family businesses happen when you transition from one generation to another generation. However, I think there is a misconception that I want to clarify. So it's true there is pressure in terms of sustainability of family businesses when they transition from one generation to another generation, but also there is pressure on non-family businesses in terms of the lifespan. So in 1958, actually we get a lot of the information, and in one of the previous sessions they were speaking about data and information as being key. So we lack, in the emerging markets, we lack a lot of information that we see available in the States. But in the States, when we look at family businesses, in 1958, the lifespan of the S&P 500 companies was 61 years. Today, based on the latest study done by McKinsey, 2024, it's less than 18 years. So there is pressure in terms of the lifespan of even other formats of companies. Now, what is the key differential between the two? The undunning of or the demise of the non-family businesses is usually because of external capital dynamics. While for family businesses, predominantly it's because of negative internal dynamics. Now, when I look at that, I see a huge opportunity. And this is where the National Family Business Center plays. This is our playground. Because if it's internal dynamics, we have control over it. If it's external dynamics, we don't have control. So there's a lot that can be done in Saudi Arabia and globally to address these internal negative dynamics. We work on advisory, we offer education, we worked hand in hand with the Ministry of Commerce to design the clauses in the new company law that were very enabling, for family businesses. We do a lot of work with government agencies like MISA. We're working on creating an ecosystem, as mentioned by His Excellency in one of the previous sessions, that is very inviting, not only for Saudi companies, but also for family businesses globally.
How do you maybe communicate more broadly that, as His Excellency said, and I said in an earlier session, in many ways, the kingdom is the birthplace of family offices. I think of the Olian family, for example, multi-generational, highly respected, but also helping build the very country itself. How can you more market that sort of idea and concept, but also now that you're building the governance tools to make it as attractive as possible, to have more families come here? And how can they think about partnering with the Saudi families?
I think the last part that you mentioned is probably the most important. So family offices are important, but for me, when I look at it, I say what is the most crucial thing? It's how to network with other family businesses across the globe and partner with them on joint projects. Not only for the financial gains that we might get, we need the technical know-how and whatever that they bring that we might lack. We have You know, Vision 2030 created several new sectors that we are not very familiar with. I'll give one example, mining. Mining is a fairly new sector to Saudi Arabia. We lack the know-how in the mining sector. Cooperating with family businesses that have a legacy in these sectors will add huge value to our country and give them excellent returns. So this probably is the most important aspect in terms of what we can do in terms of global reach.
You know, that's certainly our thesis and culture at BDT and MSD Partners, where we work with almost 250 families around the world. And the strategy, or sort of the elements that matter the most, are values that are shared, long-term investment, as family offices certainly here and globally believe in, and alignment, interest alignment. In that, I think that family offices want to work with each other, or families want to work with each other. Who's going to take over? Who's next generation? How do we think about impact between our capital, but our philanthropic giving? And what reach do we want to have globally? Not only sharing that expertise, best cases and practices, but frankly, the co-investment opportunities, especially now when there's such massive capital flows coming. So I want to turn to Lord Grimstone, who I will admit is a way bigger expert than me. He is the father of the family office. And I want to maybe go a little more macro and then come to the kingdom. On the macro side, give us the lay of the land of family office today. Your deep, of course, beginning expertise was in the United Kingdom, and how they have also, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, sort of understood this theory of the family office. And what about beyond in the GCC countries as well?
Thank you, Dina. Well, first of all, when I was the UK Minister for Investment, doing the same job as my great friend His Excellency was doing, I used to love family offices in the same way I know that His Excellency loves family offices. Why did I love them? Because they took a long-term view, they had values, they had energy, and you were working across different generations with the hugely different perspectives that you get from that. But I also learnt some things, from that. Of course, they are different from multinational corporations. They are different from the conventional financial service companies. And we have to design regulation, and I know His Excellency absolutely is passionate about this, that suits the characteristics of family offices. Family offices are managing their own money. Of course, they have to have proper governance, and we might come back to that later. And the regulatory system has to be tweaked to allow them to do that in the best possible way. Secondly, preservation of capital for future generations is so important for them. So your tax systems have to recognize that. And sadly, my country, the United Kingdom, has lost sight of that a little bit. And we're seeing, the lesson I've learned there is that we're seeing a drift away of family offices from the United Kingdom. And I very much hope that some of these will end up, rooting themselves in this kingdom here. The other lesson I learned, and we touched on this a lot earlier, family offices love working with other family offices. They love the fact that their values are the same. They love the vision, but they do need help. And we're not talking about speed dating here or dating apps. We're talking about proper programs which put the family offices of one country in touch and working together. And again, I see a huge opportunity coming out of FII on this. So I'm very, very positive about the future here. And as I say, I know that His Excellency shares that passion with me.
Would you mind if I asked you to say a little bit more about Europe? And I think we do all see some of the regulatory issues and other things causing family offices to at least look at their portfolio and think about diversification from a regional and global perspective.
And of course, diversification is so important. But diversification for families is different from conventional portfolio diversification. because you are investing across generations. And intergenerational wealth is more important than quarterly returns, 6 monthly returns. So they take a very long-term view, which means that the asset classes which suit them may be different from the asset classes of other types of investment. And I see at the moment a lot of interest in private credit from family offices, and particularly in the Kingdom. I mean, the Kingdom is in a remarkable position because it's one of the wealthiest countries in the world. It has immense resources, but because of some technicalities within the system, you know, SMEs are finding it hard sometimes to access credit here. And I think family offices have a huge role to play in that. Family offices love real assets. They love commodities. They love things which you can see and touch the value. They also, in my experience, love things which the younger generation can touch and to be a part of, which is why I think venture capital and startups are so interesting. And again, we have a fantastic ecosystem developing in the Kingdom in startups. And I love the idea that the younger generations of overseas family offices can find a way of working with startups in the Kingdom, not just because of financial returns, but the education it will give them as to what is happening in this part of the world, what the possibilities are in this part of the world, and what younger generations working together can accomplish here.
That's a really good point. And Basil, you're chairman of the Sadid Financial Company, and I think you are actually on the really front lines of seeing exactly what Lord Grimstone just said, which is why are there a new generation of leaders of family offices wanting to come to the Kingdom and work with entrepreneurs here, and frankly are on the cutting edge of some of the AI and technology strategies. What is sort of next-gen family offices in Saudi Arabia? What do they have to offer that same sort of group around the world?
Thank you. And very privileged to be with this group. I think on the operating level, you know, Saudi or GCC family offices are really evolving very rapidly. And we talked about institutions and it's a journey, and how the structures are evolving and new generations are being involved, and we're moving at a very fast pace. Some families are at a different place than others, but I think they're all moving in the right direction. I think also one of the models that are coming up is the hybrid model between a single family offices and a multi-family offices, and collaboration alongside that with counterparties. So you have now a more complex, if you will, structure, but it also brings benefits and brings specializations, and it brings focus, if you will, and clarity of mission. And I think I also echo the comment made that new generations are more digital native, and they are very happy to take on the investment opportunities in the new frontier. And they're moving much faster than the previous generation, but I think that's really very refreshing, and it improves the engagement of all generations into the process. And I think the last comment I would say that for a very long time the region has been an exporter of capital, and the relationship with the counterparties in the West has been built over decades. And I noticed it that in the last few years we started to get inquiries the other way around. So you used to see the people who are raising capital primarily, and they come and try to raise capital, but now you see more people asking for what can we do together in the kingdom, what can we do together in the region. So I think it's a changing
Speak
environment.
a bit more about the partnerships within the region, the GCC countries, and why there's interest in those kinds of bilateral and regional connections.
You mean between
Family offices, that work together.
Well, I mean, because I think we have shared history, and we have shared value system, and we have shared experiences. And therefore, we don't need to, kind of explain a lot of things to these groups. We also have the same, if you will, optimism. And that's something that you don't find in many places in the world. The family offices here are very optimistic. They've been stress tested, but they know how to take risk. They know how to evaluate risk, and they're very comfortable in having conversations across the table with counterparties, whether it's in the GCC or internationally.
That makes sense, actually. And I do think there is this new hope for the region, while there are so many challenges, of course. But 65% of the population of the Gulf countries are under the age of 35. So it does feel like there is this sort of new, forward-looking, hopeful generation. I'm maybe going to ask all of you a little bit more. We went macro and now nitty-gritty. So even before we were speaking, Your Excellency and I, with Tom Pritzker, who as a family, of course, has had impact globally, but is very eager to talk about more opportunities in the kingdom with other families and broadly. What are some of the regulatory issues that you're working to address, both from a defensive or trying to change some things that make it easier, and proactive things? In the United States, states now are really competing for investment dollars. So everyone is trying to do things like no income tax in Texas, or one-day permitting for data centers in another state. You're seeing a lot of people talk about the U.S.-China competition. Wait till you see Texas and Pennsylvania compete in the United States. But what are you doing to kind of think about the kingdom being both a place that you're dealing with some of the regulatory issues that need to be addressed, but hugely incentivizing family offices to think about coming here?
Well, first of all, the kingdom is a very attractive place today. We have no personal income tax, so for the high net worth individuals who come here, the tax, Zakat authority is not going to chase how much global income. We have the concept of inheritance tax is offensive to us. You cannot tax a dead person. So we're
in the United States, they try to.
we're appalled. We're appalled. We have no exit tax for any investor who wants to leave and change. We have withholding tax, and we're trying to minimize it where it's not relevant. So one thing that I'd like to do, and this has not been in any ways taken into application, but we would like to make these attractive part of our regulation stable. Okay, so this is, I'm just being very transparent. This is the situation today, but people in their mind are saying, I was somewhere else, and after I set up, they changed the law. So we need to
making them permanent.
So we need to give people stability so that they do take the step and come and move capital and establish organizations. I think this is something that we would need to work on. We're fairly open. I can tell you when I assumed this role, we had less than 5,000 entities with foreign ownership. We have 55,000. It takes a couple of weeks for a company to be due diligence, checked, evaluated, KYC, all of the necessary things, and then they're up and running. They have their license. They can. In fact, we don't even call it a license. We call it a registration. But based on that registration and KYC work, the banks can give them accounts. Everybody, so they're good to go. We want to make that even easier. Okay, we want to make that even easier for them, and we want to look just to make sure all of the various capital structures are recognized within the Saudi domain. Today we don't have a trust law. So for those who want to establish a trust, they have a question mark. We want to make sure they have that alternative. So again, this is something that I think we would need to address if we're going to be a competitive jurisdiction. And then we're going to probably do something that others haven't done, which I think my colleagues talked about, which is make sure they have visibility. We cannot over-engineer what family offices do best. They are the wealthy capital preserving and multiplying entities they are, because they can find and identify and smell opportunities where they are. But just for the elimination of doubt, we're going the extra mile of putting on Invest Saudi platform the various value chains that perhaps have not been visible and making them visible. If not to take the exact opportunities, we identify to trigger their thinking. Oh, I may not do this, but I'll do something similar. And then anything unsolicited, unknown to us, we have mechanism to accelerate its regulatory approval if it requires a special license, concession, exemption from a regulation. We're introducing also many types of incentives, tax and cash and non-cash incentives to address some gaps we have about access to talent, access to certain investments in the real economy. And then we want to make sure we work with our financial services regulator, CMA, SAMA, the insurance authority, to ensure that also the movement of capital across these different regulatory and across border. We're introducing soon, it's in public consultation, an offshore license for international financial services terms. And we're considering, it's not final, we will know next year when we have a similar session to this, whether this offshore license will apply to family offices of international investors. And we want to make sure that for the Saudi families that are investing globally, it's not a secret. Many of them have their operating companies well rooted in the Saudi economy, but they have their international financial deployment family offices are operating somewhere else, and they're also legally established somewhere else. So we want to give them the option if they want to do that here, by making sure it's an equal treatment from tax and efficiency and access to all of the enablers. So this is what we're embarking on, and it's very much not just a two-way dialogue. I would say it's mostly one way. We're listening, and we're going to be actioning these enablers the days and weeks to come.
And we know that you move fast. So, Dr. Ghassan, would you add anything to what other regulatory changes would make it more attractive with our clients? As we see, as Lord Grimstone said, there is such a focus on capital preservation, multi-generational asset preservation, and that is so dependent on tax issues, trust law, philanthropic, inheritance, regulation, and taxes. What else do you think the kingdom is doing to make it more attractive?
Well, first of all, I'd like to mention that MISA and the National Family Business Center have started working on making Saudi Arabia a hub for not only family offices, but also for family businesses in general. And when you start on that journey, the first thing that you do is you learn from who has started before you. So we looked at benchmarks globally, like Singapore, which has a strong family business and family office hub. We tried to learn from them. We tried to identify what are the gaps. And I think one of the gaps was mentioned in one of the previous sessions here, which is not really new regulations and laws, but clarification of existing regulations and laws. So this was mentioned very clearly, and several of the panelists in that session agreed. So I think definitely this is an area that we can work on. Adopting international standards that already exist, is another thing that we can work on. In our exercise so far, which we just started on, it's not finalized yet, we've identified even gaps globally in terms of what can be done to support family businesses. Let us not forget that the discussion on family businesses and family business management only happened in the last 3 decades or so, so it's fairly new. You wouldn't have found 40 years ago a university teaching a course on family businesses. It's a new discussion, it's a new space, and we're still learning. And I think there is an opportunity for Saudi Arabia to fill some of these gaps, global gaps, and become really a strong hub for family offices and family businesses.
what are some of the international standards that are either very attractive and should be standardized here in the kingdom and elsewhere, or that need to maybe be reformed?
And look, first of all, I can't overemphasize the need for good governance. That doesn't mean bureaucracy, but you have to have good governance. You have to have good family governance. How do you organize things within the family? You have to have good operational governance. How do you interact with those companies you're investing in? But also you need good kind of internal governance. You do have to have, proper structures within it. So I think there's lessons to be learned there. I do think that point about trust law is really important. It is a way of carrying on the assets from generation to generation. And I think there is some clarification that can be done here. But from what I see that's going on here, the kingdom is really committed to getting this right.
And you see that every day at Sadid.
Correct.
And maybe add to the things that could happen. Some of this is long-term, some of the international standard reform, some is more short-term. What do you think are a couple of things that could very quickly make a bigger impact?
Well, as a practitioner, so I'll maybe talk a little bit just below that level. I think tech adoption and embracing the AI tools and that's available is going to
In what sense? Go a little deeper on the AI tools.
I mean, obviously, you can go through the whole value chain, but specifically in our day-to-day work, AI tools today are making our life better and making us make better decisions. So, for instance, going through the data room for due diligence, it used to be a manual, very labor-intensive process that takes days, and you may not get it right. With AI tools, you can do it in minutes, and you get better results. And risk management, you have different silos of data scattered all over the place. There are relationships that are not seen and cannot be picked up by the current, old systems. With AI, you can pull it all together and can give you relationships, can give you decisions that you can make today instead of waiting for it to happen in the future. So that's another area. Obviously in reporting, et cetera, et cetera. But it just, especially for family offices, because usually we don't have that many people. So usually family offices have few good professionals. And any tool that can empower them, help them make decisions better and faster, and inform the stakeholders, of course it's a blessing. And I think those tools are going to make even governance better.
Yeah.
And not
The
only
reporting,
operations.
certainly, right? The ease
Absolutely.
of reporting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think it's exciting. I think family offices are going to be even more powerful in the future with these tools than they are today, because the leverage or the gap that is between very large corporations, very large financial institutions, and smaller in team but larger in capital will
And bigger impact.
absolutely.
That's what MISA is focused on, making family offices great again, right? Actually, I'll give the last word to Your Excellency. What will you be excited about when we gather a year from now, back in Riyadh? By the way, I've been to 9 years of FII. I told His Excellency, Khalid Al Fallah, His Excellency Yasser Al Ruman, I'm expecting next year, inshallah, if I come and we have it, that I'd like a 10-year watch or something as commemorating that 10 years. But seriously, when we gather, inshallah, a year from now, what will you hope that the kingdom has achieved? Some things will be small, some things hopefully will be a little bit more impact. And in terms of what family offices should be excited about just in the next year here.
Well, first of all, you must come. We will count on you coming. And if we have to give you the watch, we'll give it now. Because I can't think of the FII being the same without you, Dina.
Thank you.
I think we have to be realistic. Because family offices are going to be prudent, and for them to be headquartered globally, especially the big global ones, in Riyadh, it's going to take time. And there are well-established centers around the world, but we hope realistically that many of them We'll start with significant branches that will have offices that will start testing the ecosystem. By next week, I hope, and this is the mandate to my team, and they promise me they will move mountains to get it done, is many of the issues that have been raised, that have been identified through joint studies, through surveys, through networks, and through a number of sessions like this that have been held around the world, that some of the questions will be answered and some of the clarifications of existing regulations will be in place and codified, and so that's I hope the Saudi family offices, obviously, as I mentioned, they are the bedrock of our economy, and many of them have strong family businesses and operations. But the concept of a family office on the side of a well-established family business and operation, sometimes run by different members of the family, to deploy capital, to seek new sectors that the family founders are not familiar with, that is still evolving, and some are doing it abroad. As I mentioned, we want to do more of it here because the rest of the world is coming. The Saudi families ought to be first to take advantage of it. So I hope that movement will start in a significant way next year, and that between now and then, as much action as will be taken by us and the rest of the government, I hope the community that we have created over the last year in these global dialogues we've had will accelerate and will not slow down. So please give us the wisdom of everybody and be demanding, challenge us to do more, because the ultimate example, as is the case with any topic of value to the kingdom and to us, His Royal Highness doesn't like being number 2 or 3. He wants us to be best in class. So the only way is we want to know what is best in class to the significant investors and allocators of capital, innovators who have great ideas. I will just end with this. It's not just your money. We're not after your money.
Yeah.
Your money is good and we would like it, but really it's your creativity, your innovation, your value creation for yourself and the ecosystem you're within. And if you're here, this ecosystem will benefit.
Absolutely. I want to close by saying I've seen that firsthand, the genuine interest in new innovation, new creative ideas. Just at Milken in May, His Excellency hosted an incredible session with his incredible team at MISA, Kareem and Ahmed, Mohammed, and all of the team there, Abdul Rahman. What was amazing to me, and my partner Ahmed Yusuf, who's here, and we are with, had brought our team from BDT and MSD Partners, immediately they said, we love those 2 ideas. Can you help us implement them? Can you bring a group now to FII? And can we even further develop this notion of a gathering that's a track that's just focused on family offices here in the kingdom? So they are wonderful to work with. They are creative. They are eager to hear your ideas.
Don't forget Dr. Saud.
Where's Dr. Saud? There he is. I'm sorry. He's always too shy and doesn't want to take any credit ever. But Dr. Saud, you're at the forefront of that. So the MISA team is awesome to work with, and they really do want this feedback. And so with that, I will thank them for putting this wonderful session on. Thank His Excellency for being such an incredible representative for the kingdom, but particularly for implementing this important initiative for His Royal Highness. Thank you so much.
Thank you
all so much.
missing one person. We're looking for Jerry. Jerry.
It's, you have my, can you give him my microphone?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, hi, Jerry Naif.
We heard over the last 2 days a clear call to action. A call to action to accelerate the private sector investment in the kingdom. To date, the government has changed regulations, has invested through PIF and other entities to create a fertile ground for the private sector to strive and to build the economy for the next 30 years. And I'm delighted today to be with 4 business leaders that are really at the intersection of that acceleration. And I want to discuss what constitutes a great partnership and what can the private sector do more together with the government. And I want to start with the 2 business leaders that have spent all their time in the private sector, Rami and Gautam. Rami depicts the next generation leaders of the kingdom. He has a history of partnering mainly through NASMA with the government, but also with other businesses. And Rami, I want to start with you. What is success? What are the ingredients of success working with the government? You've done that extremely well.
Thank you. Honored to be working with the government, a number of different levels. But I think, just like any other partnership, I think it has to start from the values. You've got to share similar values. And I think with a government, let's say PIF specifically, that was very clear from the beginning, because we see ourselves as custodians, and the same for PIF. I mean, they're looking at long-term investment for generations to come, and that's the same approach that we have. I think it was mentioned earlier in the discussion about how families view investment, and it's about long-term. It's about acting as a custodian, which means you're always thinking about choices and decisions, how they impact the long term. Now, if I take the example where we're partnered with PIF in Nesman Partners, the construction company, we have over 70,000 people globally. And if you think about their dependence, that could reach about 1 million people. And then you consider all the suppliers, it gets into the millions. So every choice, every decision we make has huge impact on people and communities globally. So very early on in the discussions, it was clear that we shared the same values. And then what do we want to do with the business? Where do we want to take it? What's the vision? And it's about leadership, it's about being a national champion, but it's about a lot more than that. It's about going global and diversifying and looking at technology and so on and so forth. And of course then we agreed very easily about the operating model and how we would govern the business, and I think it's been a very successful partnership.
Thank you, Rami. And I want to cite something on your mission. Actually, part of your mission is to grow by supporting the development of the economy of Saudi Arabia, so you're doing just that. Gautam, you had a different experience. You're an investor globally with I Squared. You're one of the founders. And in your infrastructure investment, you actually have to work with both government and private sector and families locally. And you've seen these partnerships work, and you made them work because you were at the center. Can you give us your view of that partnership, and how can the kingdom learn, and how can the private sector and government learn from that experience?
Sure, happy to. And so I think I can just relate to you the I Squared experience, right? So we have about 96 companies in 72 countries. So every country has started on this journey. I think Saudi comes from a very different place, but will have a very accelerated path. And I've seen it work, and I've seen it not work. The first part, I would say, I agree with Rami, the government has a catalytic key role. Nobody else can fulfill it. So the PIF role here, with Jerry's leading, I think is very critical to get that confidence going, to get that international capital going. The second thing I would say is a lot, at least in the infrastructure piece, which is what we do, most of the infrastructure that the kingdom needs for the next 20 years has not been created yet. So it's ahead of you, not behind you. And that champion, national champion and hopefully global champion can be created locally in this kingdom because there's enough demand, there's enough talent here. Our role simply becomes one of identifying out of our 96 odd companies, similar businesses, making them local and making sure that we are teaming up with the right amount of capital, but also local families, having professional managements, and then making sure that the business is local global, right? And that's the I-Squared journey. We've done this in Indonesia, in Philippines, in India, in Peru, in Guatemala. You name a country, we've been through this journey. I think, and you do need that, the tri-party trust system, right? The initial government, initially in the first phase, it's generally, private sector with commercial infrastructure, but eventually there is privatization and alternatives to the government-owned companies that come in the next phase.
Your Excellency, Dr. F, I want to get, because you've had an illustrious career, you've done it full circle. You started in the private sector, you went to the public sector where you were at the helm of KIA, you were also Minister of Finance, among many other things, and then you got back to your family office and you set it up in the kingdom. You've listened to the two gentlemen here. What is your view? What is the view of that partnership? What makes that partnership important for us in the region?
Well, thank you very much. But before starting, I just would like to thank the FII for having this special forum to address the family offices in general. And just like Dina, I'm probably among the few who never miss an FII, but I'm very happy to see the progress moving forward from the first editions to the 9th one, and hopefully many years to come. I think what's needed between private sectors and public sectors is alignment of interest. Mm-hmm. And it is a mutual responsibility from both sides to highlight where are they meeting in the future. And this should be always based on a win-win situation. And the moment they have this kind of understanding, the moment they have the legal framework that will govern the relation between both sides, and the vision or the shared vision that they could work together to achieve, that's exactly what's needed. At the end of the day, family offices, well, it used to be called family businesses, and then it's emerging to be family offices, which is acting as the broader holding company looking after all different aspects of family businesses. Their mandate is very, very simple, very straightforward. The founders have created the wealth. The current generation would like to preserve the wealth and moving forward for the growth. And I think this goes in line with the national vision, whether it's in the kingdom or anyone else, because family offices, family businesses is playing an extremely important role in the overall GDP. They have offered thousands of jobs. They have enhanced the economy. They are very innovative, very adaptable for the international standards, very well exposed internationally. So they are bringing in the know-how, the expertise, and the willingness to do something in their home country. And I think that's where the government part need to be supportive. And this is what we are feeling, what we are seeing here in the kingdom, honestly speaking.
Thank you. You mentioned an important word, which is win-win, an alignment of interest. But there has been discussions about competition between the government and the sovereign wealth fund and the private sector. Words like crowding out, words like, we cannot compete with the government that has bigger capital pool than us. Jerry, you're at the crux of it. You're the culprit here. You've been at the center of actually driving private sector to actually invest and grow with you at PIF. Can you comment on that? Can you give a sense of how you think about it from a sovereign wealth fund?
Thank you. Is this a Chatham House rule? Conference?
Of course.
Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. You know, Vision 2030 is about building things. It's about building the economy of the future so that the opportunity that was nascent and latent is captured, which means that Saudis can get goods and services that they need every day, produced in country where it can be competitive, and over time those businesses can actually share Saudi with the rest of the world. Building is not like buying. So buying as an investment activity is about pricing, it's about portfolio construction, it's about deciding when you've had enough or when you've made a mistake and exiting. Building is a very different type of investing. You know, people who finance building are actually in the partnership business, right? Because building is, you know, risky, you're taking demand risk, you're also taking development risk, hard to hedge, and hard to get out if it doesn't go the way you want to. And so building is about partnership. It's about partnership with the public sector. It's about partnership with like-minded entities that are organized and capable and have an appetite for doing the hard work of making things happen on the ground. Partnerships take a long time to develop. You have to have an alignment of interest, you have to have shared values, you have to have a shared understanding. They work best when you can create a shared vision together. And those of you who are around in the very beginning of Vision 2030 will remember all those workshops that happened trying to create that shared vision. But what's happening here is at a scale that makes it difficult for people to jump in quickly. And it's at a speed that makes it difficult. And so our job is really to try to take the initial de-risking activity of building things in new sectors and crowd in the private sector over time as suppliers, as counterparties, you know, operators, and eventually as competitors. You know, the point of these new sectors is not to create a government-controlled economy, it's to create an economy where the government doesn't have to do anything. And that means you have to de-risk, you have to reach an escape velocity where private capital and private operators see an opportunity and come in entirely because they're excited about that opportunity. That's going to take a while. You know, this is not a financial hedge against an uncertain future. That's not what Vision 2030 is about. It's not why PIF was mandated with its mandate. It's about turning our economy into that hedge. So this is a generational journey. It will take that time. Those of you who are engaging with the PIF in an active way, covering us, you know, as a client across the different sectors that have the appetite to build are finding opportunities. We need to do a better job of communicating. We need to do a better job of making things of a size and time horizon that match the risk appetite and capabilities and kind of exposure limits of the private sector, and we're working hard to do that, but it's still unfolding in front of us.
Thank you.
And thank you for not telling me you're going to ask that question.
I want to continue on the same theme, Jerry, because you mentioned something about creating a competitive but fair environment for everybody to develop. Rami, you've partnered with PIF, but you've also competed because you have other businesses that compete with PIF-owned companies. Can you give us a sense of that experience and how does it feel? What does it mean for you?
Well, look, first of all, I think Saudi Arabia, the economy has matured a lot. The regulatory environment has matured a lot. And by and large, there is a level playing field. And I think that's been confirmed by, you know, reports on the competitiveness of Saudi Arabia, how much the country has progressed. And within PIF companies, there's competition. At Nesma, we compete with other PIF construction companies. We collaborate, we partner sometimes, and that's fine. I mean, and even when we're bidding for PIF-owned, you know, giga projects or so on, anybody who has a portfolio of businesses would understand this very, very clearly. You know, even if PIF is not going to tell the CEO of any of their companies, do business with this company, right? If anybody, you know, if you have a portfolio, you try to do that, it doesn't really work very well. So the companies have to compete for that business, be it a PIF company or not. In other companies we have in our portfolio, we compete head to head with PIF companies, and that's the beauty of having a fair, regulated, competitive economy. At the end of the day, it serves the consumer, it serves the country.
So I think what we're saying is that there is no excuse for any private sector to say PIF is outcrowding the competition.
But it's also, it's not just about money. It's not that you can throw money at a problem. You need creativity, you need strategic thinking, you need strategic execution, you need the right talent. It's not just throw money at something and get it done.
Jerry, you mentioned something about building, and we're in a stage of building, and this is, Gautam, your experience also with infrastructure. Today, if you look at the structure and the history of families and the private sector investment, they've been traders, they've been service providers, they've been suppliers to the government. Very few have actually, we have some fantastic examples like Aqua Power and others that actually took the developer role and where they invested themselves and not just become a supplier, but actually an actual partner. Can you give us your view of how easy to make that transition? What are the things that the families need to think about? Who should they work with to make that transition?
So absolutely. Look, I think in my experience, the 2 or 3 stages when the country opens up, right? The first, of course, is the catalytic stage. We talked about it, and as Jerry correctly expressed, right, building is not buying, right? And most of your infrastructure that the country will need has not yet been built, so it has to be built. I think the second stage, of course, is you need that local entrepreneurial mindset, and that exists within families because they have taken risk, yes, as excellent traders, and the 2 elements that are required is, one, the recognition amongst the families that infrastructure assets and real assets are true compounders of wealth, right? I mean, the reason why sovereign funds and pension plans and insurance companies invest in infrastructure is because these are long-dated compounders of wealth, and if you do this correctly, rewards are excellent. The second recognition is that it is a lot of capital. So is it prudent for a family to put all the capital in one little narrow infrastructure niche and do it? Or should they be really providers and enablers of talent and team up with somebody to provide not just the expertise, but some talent, and you provide the local talent? So it's that complex realization that we should do that step. If I look across the world and look at Li Ka-shing or Ambani or Adani, all the wealthy families, even Warren Buffett, it's infrastructure. You know, you can talk a lot of things, but in the end, they own rail lines and transmissions and things like that. So I think getting that right is just that moment in time when it clicks on the families. It won't click on everyone. It's the reality of this. The good news is in the second stage, when the country seeks alternatives to the fiber network, to the transmission network, and opens it up and says, as Jerry correctly said, it's not my responsibility to provide everything. I'll do education and health and a few other things. I think that is the second wave of opportunity. So I think the journey here has started. It's been done in many countries. Saudi comes with a much lower risk, to be honest, compared to some of the other countries we have done it. And I think there are very entrepreneurial families, and trading is just fine.
You just mentioned that this is a journey and evolution, and I maybe want to end with you, Doctor, and with you, Jerry, about what is your advice for private sector that is actually thinking about doubling down, be it international investor and local investors, thinking about doubling down and working closely with the government. And I would like you to focus, given that you've moved your family office and you're Kuwaiti, you've moved your family office to Saudi. And Jerry, also, I would love you to comment. Where should they go? Where should they start? What should they think about if they're looking to double down on their investment?
Well, I think the best advice not to give them advice. Why is that? Because I think they are very smart, very sophisticated. They know exactly what they want and how they to get there. So it's not. I think they are not waiting for this kind of advice. They want to see an action. And as I said, aligning the interests with the public sectors, with the government, I think this is what will motivate family offices to move forward. There are two schools in family offices. Everyone knows how much wealth have been accumulated within family offices across the globe. There are family offices who would like to keep focus on a traditional way of doing business, whether they are real estate or any constructions. And there are new schools that's more related to the younger generation who would like to diversify, to get into the new sector that wasn't there a few years ago. And both of them are right, because this is based on their own understanding, on risk appetite, and the readings of the market. So to give them the guidance, I think this is very important, to engage with them. I mean, the last panel they were discussing, the family office issue was discussed at Milken last May, and it was an idea. Today, we are seeing this forum, and it is moving with all these great audience. We are expecting for next year, a year from now, we will have something bigger. There was discussions about having the international standards being adopted and having Riyadh probably the capital of the family offices. All these are great initiatives. To have these initiatives work, I think full engagement from the private sector, so they won't be surprised, and their voice will be listened, because they are the best people who can talk about how they want to move forward and what kind of partnership they would like to have with the public sectors, and what kind of regulation and governance they would like to see in place.
Thank you. Jerry?
So I think if you have a great idea, come talk to us, please. Talk to our portfolio companies. They are actively looking for partners to build out assets, whether that's on the infrastructure layer, vertical assets, or to partner in growing their business. Opportunities are being created in supply chains. We've attracted more than 80 international local companies to build out manufacturing capacity in supply chains that are being developed. All this is without any PIF investment, right? So these are just people, many of them family-owned companies that see an opportunity for growth and have come in. There are a number of investment managers that have set up funds, some supported by entities like Jeddah, to deploy into the market to benefit from what's happening. And then I also think there's a very big pattern recognition kind of play. When an economy opens up, when a city starts to grow, when the demographics change, it creates opportunity. Daycares, veterinary clinics, there's all sorts of things that are where demand exceeds supply today. And I think for people who have those types of businesses in their portfolio or in their history, it creates very interesting opportunities as well.
Thank you, Jerry. Gautam, Jerry, Dr. Naif Rami, thank you. I'm sure with business leaders like you, we will, 3 years from now, we'll be able to set an example of what is a great public and private sector partnership. So
That's
thank
a
you for
long time,
that.
3 years, probably
Well,
next year.
I hope so always. Under promise, over deliver. That's the motto. So. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can you just please the people to see?
Yeah, yeah. Just let me. دكتور إبراهيم أهلا وسهلا.
هلا ثانك يو.
لا ولا تفضل تفضل.
انتوا بتنادونا بس.
كيف؟ Everyone, we would love if you can take a seat. دكتور إبراهيم. كيفك عبد العزيز؟
أول مرة التقينا وأنا بانل مع ماكنزي.
واو واو واو.
Long time.
ماشي. دكتور. You choose. So Aziz. We're looking for Aziz. Hello. Yeah, how are you? I didn't recognize you.
What do we say?
Whatever you like. Aziz, we're waiting for you. Aziz decided to take a bathroom break while we... I had to do that.
How do you do?
Hey, Alan.
Can someone close the door so we can have less noise? Thank you. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. I have to say, whenever we used to talk about unicorn, the only unicorn I know is my wife. So but now I realize it's actually a different type of unicorn, and it's really a symbol of success. And what better way? And I'm delighted really to have 5 magicians here that have built and invested in unicorns. And we want to get their wisdom, not just about fantasy, but the innovation and the investment that go behind it. So I would like to start first with 2 individuals that have actually built unicorns, Iyad and Abdulaziz. You've built unicorns in the region, multiple unicorns in the region. Iyad, I want to start with you. What made you think of the region? You moved from Germany as a PhD student to here to build Namshi at that time, and since then you've done several ventures. Why did you come here? Why did you do it in the region? And what are the themes of investment in the region? We cannot invest in everything. What are the themes that will likely be successful?
So when I came to the region, people asked me this question, and when I started to hire people from the US, from the Silicon Valley, for example, people were like, why would you come here if you can build tech in the Silicon Valley? And what I used to tell people is very simple. Like, if you want to marry, if you want to get married to a good girl, you probably don't go to the billionaires golf club, where everybody is handsome and rich. You probably go to Berlin, TU Berlin, which is a poor university, and you will be able to compete better. So I think that was the first reason. We didn't go to the billionaires golf club in Stanford, but we went to the sexy but less competitive region, which is the Middle East. That's when we started in the region. And it turned out to be much better. You can just build much bigger companies, much more successful companies, with higher probability. And that's why we came here in the very beginning. People were saying, I remember when we started our first company in Saudi Arabia, also in India, I think in India in 2010, people were like, do they have internet in India? Like, internet company in India doesn't make sense. I mean, today it sounds pretty crazy, right? But I mean, competition was also much less. So that was one reason. The other reason, because I had family background from the region. So we wanted also to go back and build something in the land of our forefathers and mothers.
And in your ventures that you built, you focus mainly on consumer and consumer-related businesses. Why that? Why not do deep tech or AI? What drove you to that?
I think it's changing. When we started, it was hard enough to convince people to invest into consumer tech, stuff that they have seen in the US or Europe in the first place. And it was like impossible to tell them to invest into something deeper, longer term, if they haven't seen even like simple consumer investments being profitable or return the investment. I think that changed. I think there's no reason today that some deep tech company doesn't come up from the region, or some global company doesn't come up from the region. Now there's much more capital. I come from Germany, or like I grew up in Germany. Now Germany is an old, slow country where nobody believes in anything anymore. Much harder to sell vision in anything. I just was there 2 weeks ago. Like you feel you go back to the Middle Ages when it comes to technology, if you come from Saudi or if you come from UAE. And so I think this changed, and I think there is no reason why there shouldn't be amazing deep tech companies coming from this region too soon. I think there's a lot of capital deployed. In Europe, very hard to find capital for new innovative stuff. Here people are very, very enthusiastic about new technologies. So I think this will change. I think it started with consumer, and I think we will see also some global unicorns or decacorns or whatever animals coming from the region soon.
Yeah.
Thank you. Abdelaziz, you created ventures and you led ventures, and now you're leading a venture which you want to make a global champion, and you chose to do it from here. Can you tell us more about it? How did it come to life? And why here? What makes this place special to actually create such a setup? And by the way, at the end of the session, all of you should be using his, you'll understand why.
Absolutely. I know I can promote it, so it's called Flowered. طيب, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be amongst great fellow panelists. So if you think about the region, how many consumer brands operate or champion their industry at a global scale from the region? It's very hard. Ask yourself, ask the people, look around you, and think how many brands, consumer brands from the region are number one, are top of mind on a global scale. It's slim to none, right? I can think of one particular brand, which is Emirates, the airlines, but other than that, it's almost hardly none, right? And I think similar to that thought process, you're as big as what your vision is. Your worst enemy is yourself, right? Limiting ourselves with, thoughts that are limited by boundaries or by geographical footprints is something we have full control over. Now, to do that, obviously there are some challenges, right? If Europe has, I'll quote Europe's partner at KKR, if Europe has like a 700 to 800 billion euro growth capital gap per annum, you can probably think how much of a gap do we have in the region, right? If you think about how much capital is being deployed to really champion select industries on a global scale, that thought process of a strategic is almost non-existing, right? Even for companies that are, quite public, quite big, but championing industries on a global scale, I think is a great opportunity for us. Similar to the, criteria that my fellow colleague has shared, I think there's abundance of capital. There are great minds. The economics are unparalleled compared to any other part of the world right now. And I think we are very well positioned today to really take our experience elsewhere around the world. That's exactly what we've done at Flowered. We solved for all the edge points that no one thinks of. We designed a complete sender-recipient experience that is around gifting. Even in developed markets in Europe, in the US, you probably will never get as convenient as it is in our part of the world right now. I'm confident, inshallah, with the help of our partners. Bojoud has been kind and generous in supporting us through multiple rounds, and amongst others, and we'll reach there, inshallah.
Thank you, Abdelaziz. Because he said that, I want to ask you a question before I talk about the ecosystem, because I want to talk about the ecosystem with the investors that are here in the room. How did you spot the unicorn?
Well, I guess it's as with many ecosystems, it's the social networks you build around you. That's what makes any VC unique. And even just getting along with these unique unique people, unique breed of people, entrepreneurs like Abdulaziz, are friends to start with. So that these relationships usually give fruit over time. You can't really forge them suddenly, but yeah, we just happen to be in common circles, and lucky to have backed Flowered multiple times and Abdulaziz, and I hope we see multiple more successes like that and that come out of the region and really tell the story. And nothing tells the story more than what Flowered does. They communicate emotions. Flowers and gifting I think is a very good example of something that's deeply rooted in our culture and that's quite unique about our region and might actually be exported. The way we really like gifting and communicating our emotions in gifts is quite unique, and I think if we can try to find other deeply rooted characteristics in our area, we might find more stuff to export.
And you've done 2 IPOs.
True.
Which is something unheard of 5 years ago for ventures and tech ventures in the region. Can you just briefly tell us about that and your experience, and what did that make a difference?
Absolutely. Of course, we were lucky with these investments, but it also having developed capital markets like we have in Saudi and developed asset managers that really made such IPOs a success. I think, and with every tech IPO, you see a wave of investment in that specific industry. I think nothing beats a good exit in terms of sparking a wave of investments. If we want to diversify our economy, you need to see big, successful exits, and we're proud for the role we played in both these IPOs. And after the IPOs, not just people that try to copy the story, but also the listed companies themselves. They become a lot more active and acquisitive, and that also sparks another wave of activity. So I think keeping the circle of capital flowing, I think, is really working very well in our region. We just wanted to continue growing and until it becomes a more sizable part of the economy. Let's hope.
Thank you. I want to continue on that ecosystem theme. Marcelo, you've been around the world. You've built ventures. You've turned around companies. You're seeing the region. You're spending a lot of time in the region. You're investing in the region. You're seeing startups in the region. What is your view? How fast are we moving? Are we going in the right direction? What is missing? Can you give us your view as a global investor?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. I've been lucky to have gone through the entire value chain of building a company and selling a company and investing and all that. So I have a few thoughts. One is, there's no reason why we shouldn't have a global #1 company coming out of this region. The first company I built was a company called Brightstar. I started in Latin America, and it became #1 in the world, and it's not supposed to happen. But once you do that, the Latin American companies are not supposed to be #1 in the world. I was lucky to ride the cell phone cycle, that innovation, and we grew it to almost every country in the world. But what it creates is amazing, right? You create, and then you have people who start following, people who start believing in that if you're able to create, and I think as much as I love this region, it's dynamic, you got everything that you need in terms of building great companies, but traditionally there hasn't been a lot of capital. This region is a place where we came to get capital out of the region for us to invest outside. And I think we're starting to reach a moment where this is not only a source of capital, but becomes also a source for capital for local entrepreneurs. You have the market, people are young, you're digitally pretty advanced, so I see no reason why in the future we're not going to create, bigger companies. While I was at SoftBank, it was very frustrating because we were the largest investors in the world. We were deploying $1 billion a week, and we never had a single entrepreneur from this region to come visit us. They were all from India, they were all from the US, they were all from China, once in a while, once from Latin America. But I think today is different. Finally, you have unicorns. I think you're at the stage where you're very close to the famous flywheel effect, where you have enough exits
right? You have enough secondaries, you have enough transactions where other entrepreneurs will follow. And it's rewarding to see that you have 4 or 5 good, solid unicorns. And I do believe that more of you that actually start generating this type of companies, you're going to create other people who will follow you. Because it is so important. You have capital. Now you have some good examples of companies. You've had some IPOs. So you're very close to that magic moment where more entrepreneurs are building more companies and you're creating more unicorns. I think the region is incredibly exciting. You're absolutely right. When you go to Europe, it's a little bit depressing. There's so few companies. Latin America is a political mess right now between the right, the left. They're all killing each other. US is highly, highly competitive for us as investors. The valuations are really crazy. Southeast Asia is mainly for Chinese investors, so this leaves a place for international investors for us to basically take a look at it. One area where I would like to see more is in the area of AI, right? I mean, the whole world is moving at an accelerated speed to build AI native companies, AI applications and all that. And you know, you have one advantage. There are so many different countries, your language, the need for localization. So I do hope to see more entrepreneurial companies starting to build when we have the greatest technology being created right now, that us as entrepreneurs have the ability to take that technology pretty much for free, right? While the hyperscalers are spending and investing $500 billion a year, we as entrepreneurs have the ability to grab that technology and be able to build great companies. So I'm incredibly optimistic about every time that I come here, I leave super happy. And I always, when people ask me to describe the region, I say when I land in Dubai or when I land in Abu Dhabi or in Riyadh, I feel I'm entering Google, I feel I'm entering OpenAI. And when I fly back to the US, I feel I'm going to IBM. You know, it's big, too big to fail, slow, bureaucratic, nothing gets done. And here, you know, the energy is incredibly positive. So I hope to see more amazing companies being built here.
Marcelo, as I was listening to you, His Excellency's ministers whisper in my ear, will you invest in the kingdom?
We're starting to look at investments in the kingdom. We're starting to look at companies that are, you know, we do 2 types of investments. One is we love venture, we love growth equity. And through my family, I also have a family office. You know, we are already starting to invest here. And then secondly, what we love to do now is we like to buy full buy of big companies and basically transform them by putting AI into those companies and making them be very different, make them grow bigger and all that. It's rewarding to see also how legacy companies in Saudi Arabia, we haven't seen this anywhere else. I mean, what you see with STC, you know, this is an old-style telco with legacy systems. Suddenly, they do a spin-off and they're a unicorn on their own. So I think that's very good. And yes, absolutely, we are starting to make investments in the UAE, in Saudi. We've done some other investments in the area.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Ibrahim, you had a fantastic career leading SIDF, which is very different than ventures. You also led Wisaya, also very different than ventures, although you might have invested in few funds. And then you left to create. You had the urge to do something even new and to create a setup where you're investing in private equity, in real estate, industrials, and also in ventures. I would like your view, having done traditional investments and having done ventures. How do you kind of manage? Yeah, what are the differences? How do families approach these? The families that traditionally have been industrial investors, venture investing today. But before you start, I want you to tell the story of your name, the name of the entity that you created.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here, and I echo what I heard, and it's wonderful to see that the energy is in Riyadh. This is something none of us imagined 10 years ago, but now it's just, we go away to relax, not to be energized. But when we began the asset management company, the idea that this moment is unique. And while I believe in specialization, I believe in focus, and I'll say something that will contradict what I'm saying right now in a minute, but what's happening now will only happen now. So we wanted to really play a part in every aspect of it. Hence, we created VC, PE, real estate, and we're launching industrial infrastructure, inshallah, end of year. But we began with VC, and we were thinking about what to call this entity. We wanted to back algorithms that change the world. And if we are backing algorithms that change the world, we should be named after the grandfather of algorithms. So algorithm is taken from the Muslim scientist Khwarizmi, who's the founder of algebra from modern day Uzbekistan. So we figured if we are proud about something, we want to be proud of this. And to make it easy for everyone to think about it, even the algorithms that are changing every turn, they have roots that came from the region. So we're very excited about it. Now, you said something. Investing in traditional assets is very different investing in... So our PE arm, if they evaluate something similar to the VC arm, we'll fire them, and vice versa. In PE, you value the company that stands today. You need to make money coming in. You need to see exactly the value you are adding. In VC, you're not valuing the company today. You're discounting the future. You're valuing the potential. You're assessing whether Abdulaziz, we missed Abdulaziz, unfortunately. He came before we began Khwarizmi Ventures, but inshallah, his next company. Or when he exits, inshallah, through you, he comes as an LP. But you assess the individual's capacity to deliver. And what's unique about VC, because I liked, although I didn't like much the beautiful people there, not much here, but we'll come to that in a minute. But the ability to compete here is unique, but I think, and I'll comment on this as well, while we have an abundance of capital, VC was starved of capital. It was only nudged through SVC, and we have Melaz tried a long time ago, and it was really starved of capital. Many people were pioneers in it. It changed when SVC came, when the government nudged that and created multitude of asset managers who can efficiently deploy. We still have issues in growth. GCC is around MENA is around $3-4 billion. It should be $15-20 billion. We are on that path, but there is a lot of opportunities. Many global investors are worried because when they invested in the US, they made a killing. When they invest in emerging markets, they lose the money. But if they really drill into it, they lost the money because of currency, not because of fundamentals. Here, you don't have currency issues. So you can make a killing in lira, but you lose it in dollars. If you make a killing in rial, you're keeping it in rial and in dollars. Sorry for the long answer.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I want to have just maybe a final question, because today, if you look at the way everyone is investing in venture, people invest abroad because they feel it's more developed in the US. I know who the venture funds are. Or people kind of go direct, right? They just have friends and family. They go direct. You've chosen to set up VC firms. You've had capital from family office. The same thing as you, Marcelo. What is your advice for someone that is basically saying, I want to ride and I want to keep it free-flowing, not point on anyone? What is your advice for families that want to ride on this bandwagon and want to be able to see the next unicorn and the next unicorn and the next unicorn? Should they invest in your fund? Should they go direct? How should they think about it?
Okay. First of all, I want to mention that we pride ourselves for being more than 90% of our LP funds are actually from family offices and high net worth individuals. I think that plays a very big role in guiding our investment and guiding our everyday activities. If there's any advice I would give in VC and technology generally, it is high risk, and just make sure you have a portfolio you're investing in a portfolio, because it's not easy to pick winners in technology. It's really difficult. So that's why I think so amplify your investment by distributing it, diversifying it in a portfolio with a manager or individually. There isn't an easy way to. There isn't technology investment without risk, and the best way is to diversify it away, I guess.
Marcelo, you had any comment?
If I may add to this, we think it's about finding the unicorn. It's about seeing the 100 you say no to. So unless you have the capacity to see for each deal that you want to invest 100 deals and you say no to, you're putting yourself in a difficult situation. So you should think of Impact and Khwarizmi as an extension of your team, where they filter that 100 and bring it to you. Unfortunately, we don't take carry on the follow-on, and the co-investment in the follow-on, but it is a great mechanism to have family offices deploy real money in growth assets and spot unicorns.
Marcelo, you had?
So I learned the wrong way, right? When I was at SoftBank, we made probably the best venture investment in the history of the world, right? We invested 20 million in Alibaba, and then ended up being $150 billion. So I always thought that we could find pick. And since then, we have not been able to find a single one. So my new motto is you cannot, unlike private equity, that you have a company you can invest that generate cash, this is a diversification game. And if you're going to invest, find the best manager. Investing in early stage seed, Series A, is an art, and there are people that are incredibly good at it. As you say, you invest in one, you look at 100. So unless you're incredibly lucky that you can pick that one company, you're always going to fail. So find the best manager, give them your capital, and they will do the tough job, which is the toughest job of investing, and that is they will diversify, they will invest in 20, 30 companies, and just one or two good ones pay the other 28 mistakes. And I'm a huge believer in that, as I have not been able to find a single winner in the last 20 years. So it's better to give it to a good manager.
I don't fully agree. I think from what I've seen in the past, I don't know how the future will be, is the big successful companies are basically following a role model from somewhere else. And that's pretty easy to identify. Then, like, there will be an Amazon, there will be a Klarna, or there will be a neobank, et cetera, and these big ones are actually the big companies. I think you're kind of an exception to the rule with the flowers. I think there's in Turkey maybe.
Hence the unicorn.
Yes. But I mean, the really money makers in the region have been basically copying something that has existed somewhere else. Now, that is not so hard to find out. People just have to look at the dimensions. So if a company in the US is probably $1 billion company, it won't be $1 billion company in this region. So you have to go after the really big guys. Like, it has to be a $10 billion company in the US that it makes sense in the region here, just like as an advice in general. And the more niche you go, the lower probability is that you will make any money out of it, because if you look just historically, the guys who made money are like Kareem, the ride-hailing guys, the Amazon guys, and all these big guys. Now, this is easy to spot. I think the harder part is to spot, like, the talent, as you said. I think that is probably extremely important to find, like, that you will always have these copycats coming very quickly, and then you want to go after. I think that has been the past. So it's not incredibly hard to find the model if you don't want to do innovative stuff. If you want to do innovative stuff, I think in the region, it is probably much riskier than if you do it in the US, but there's also less competition to go after. Just maybe one word on family offices. I've raised, I don't know, $700 million or so in the region and beyond, and we raised from corps, we raised from family offices, and we raised from VCs. And kind of family offices are very good to founders. So I think that's a selling point for the family offices if they go directly. Kind of, if you work with these big holdings, you marry, like, it's like you get married and then they substitute your wife because the CEO changes, and then you're in problematic areas.
I think
I started with the marriage.
analogy.
I started with the marriage theme at the beginning, and then I stayed. So.
Marriage analogies in Saudi, I like it.
Yes,
we can't get enough of marriage.
So in VC, it's like in VC the problem is you have, like, kind of they really also need to justify their value. Nothing against anybody here, but so they will introduce a lot of governance, etc., and that's usually not really helpful, at least from my experience. And then you have the family offices, unless they die, like, you're married, maybe then to the daughter. But I mean, you know who you're dealing with for quite a long time. And usually they're helpful. They are not there, like, to introduce or prove anything and so on. So that has been extremely valuable, especially here in the region where you have a lot of these family offices. These have been, for us, in our ventures, very, very helpful investors who helped us quite along during the way.
Any counter?
I think everyone...
He's the exception, right? And there's 200, like, when we invested in Nubank, who today is the world's most valuable digital bank, there were 50 people trying to chase the same dream. I disagree with you that easy. Yes, there's enough copycats, but choosing the right copycat, and there's people who specialize, and I give a lot of value to, I mean, I have a tremendous amount of admiration for early stage investors, because it's hard, and you're making bets, and you're betting on founders, you're betting on the future. Very different than investing in private equity. And not everybody's like you. I mean, so everybody had lucky the ones that found you before you build your company. There's other 99 that fail at trying to do what you're doing. So that's why I think funds are a little better. But it's okay.
I think
please.
I think Ahmed. So if you look at the examples that were shared about, who've really made it big, we really need to start. It's easier connecting the dots, looking backwards, right? So where do they really kind of plateau, and see how did they really get there? I think there are missing building blocks when it comes to late-stage funding. Family offices can certainly have a big role to play over there. There is a lot of currency that is sitting under them. Conglomerates are the biggest employers in our part of the world. Conglomerates contribute significantly to our economy. Where it's a spark that needs to happen for them to really start believing. The spark has happened in early stage. Well, I think these are the SVC programs and the likes of JADA that have actually created value, created education, awareness, depth, where it started attracting, just like Abdulaziz said, and today 90% of his LPs are actually family offices. But it was probably the other way around when he first started years ago, right? Well, I think it's the same education that needs to happen with late stage as you build up. Family offices can have a significant role in how they integrate a lot of, mature companies. Publicly, IPOing is a great path. It's somehow a little bit sexy, attractive right now. But in the bigger scheme of things, you're probably a mid-market company anywhere else around the world, right? There is still a long way to go. I firmly believe that family offices with more later stage capital, growth capital being provided can help us achieve global scale.
Thank you. I would love to continue the conversation till tomorrow, but I know they're giving me signs. But I just want to, you used the word spark. I've been in the region for 20 plus years. And I remember looking at investments, they were all kind of this extension of an industrial facility, an insulation player, a contracting firm that is going from Dammam and expanding a business to Riyadh. It is so refreshing today to be sitting here and actually talking about technology venture. It's early. We don't have 200 successes, but it is the spark that I think is going to light the fire that His Excellency was talking about earlier today. So thank you for contributing to this, and thank you for making the point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yes.
I'd love to sit and talk and save some time. Very nice meeting you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. How are you?
We met in the FI in New York.
Oh, that's right.
Years ago, I sent you the deal on doing OpenAI at 90 billion.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't go in. You could have exited.
We've invested. We have a few $100 million.
Yeah.
At the end, you have the title on the screen is good.
Okay.
But then you don't have my questions either. They sent me questions after. Here, look. I'll show you the questions that they sent me. Hold on. Maybe you should take. These are the questions that they gave me.
Sorry.
Yep. Yep.
Are you the? Yeah. Hello.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. Welcome to The Future is Engineer, AI and Biotech, the rise of strategic innovation hubs. Today's session asks a strategic question. Who will own the future and who will engineer it? AI and biotech is not only technologies, they are strategic assets shaping economic competitiveness, national security, and global diplomacy. From Silicon Valley to Riyadh, from Vienna to Boston, we see nations and investors racing to build the next innovation hub. With this, I'm honored to join you as a moderator. We have His Excellency Khalid Al-Falih got into a call to attend an urgent meeting, so he will not join us. We have His Excellency Sebastian Kurtz. We have Irene Hong. We have Dr. Eric Lee, and we have Bob Nelson. So let me start with you, Sebastian. Having led a European nation and now co-founder and president of DREAM, how do you see diplomacy and policy making in shaping innovation hubs?
Well, I think that if you look at, I come from Austria, in the center of the European Union. If you look at the current situation in Europe, you have a lot of talent and especially founders leaving to other places like the US and also now more and more to the Middle East. If you look at public opinion, probably many would say it's because of taxes, and I agree, taxation is important, but I think the key aspect is regulation. I think a problem in Europe at the moment is that there's too much regulation for too little innovation, and I think that other parts of the world, which are much more sophisticated and don't over-regulate, are attracting a lot of talent at the moment. So from my perspective, that's key, even more important than taxes. Of course, besides that, I would say that many countries in the world try to attract innovation with a lot of subsidies. I'm not a big believer in subsidies. Probably others see it differently, but from my perspective, in many cases, it's support for dying industries to keep them alive a bit longer, and normally not always in the most innovative areas. So from my perspective, I think if you try not to over-regulate, if you are attractive on taxation, you're in a good shape of attracting a lot of interesting people. And the second part of the question was on diplomacy. I don't know if diplomacy is the right term, but I would say it's about openness and how you treat people who come to build something or invest. And I think here the kingdom is a great example. His Excellency, the minister, is now not with us, but there's a ministry for investment. Everybody who wants to do something in Saudi, who wants to invest, who wants to build something, gets the red carpet and is treated in a way that is unthinkable in many other parts of the world. And of course, big brands are probably even more important, but I saw it that it's the same with smaller businesses, smaller companies, even small entrepreneurs who want to do something here. So from my perspective, regulation, taxation, but also the mindset and how you treat people who want to build and invest, this is the most important.
In the past, it was US, China. and Europe. Now Saudi coming into the picture. How do you see it?
Well, I would say the Gulf in general. So I would say in AI and technology and quantum, the a big race between the US and China, and I think it will stay like this. These are the two superpowers, but also smaller countries can be extremely successful, especially if there's what I mentioned before, combined with also access to capital. One disadvantage also of the EU, that there is not one strong capital market. I think here in Saudi, a key advantage is that there's a lot of capital, but also openness and support for innovation, and not as much regulation as in other parts of the world. So I think, yeah, also smaller countries like Saudi probably cannot pick up with the US or China immediately, but can be extremely attractive hubs.
And I don't think the aspiration in Saudi to compete, it's more complement. I will go to Eric. Eric, you have been investing in GCC in China and different parts of the world. How do you read the situation, and how do you, what drives you to this region?
Look, I mean, in biotech, which we've been actively investing in, especially AI-enabled biotechnology. We started maybe 8 years ago, and I want to do a little commercial for China. We never thought that this would happen. In the last 5 years, maybe 6 years, China's become, I think, the frontier, the biggest and most important biotech power in the world. Okay, and it's just happened as we were doing it. I think this year, China's pharmaceutical and biotech patents are now by far #1 in the world, about 44-45%, bigger than the US, Europe combined. US is about 20-some%. Europe is, I think, single digits, 8%. Okay, so that's just for biotech patents. And then on clinical development, China's by far now leapt ahead, leaps and bounds by many measures, especially in oncology and CNS diseases. By global clinical trials, okay, China is about 29% of all the clinical trials happening in the world. And US is about 17%, Europe is 9%. Okay, so all of a sudden, this came out of nowhere. And then we got AI, okay? And AI, what we're seeing are extremely exciting development, both upstream and downstream. In every CRO is using AI. All the trials using AI. And then the most important is patient data. Enormous amount of patient data being injected and enabled by AI. So we're really in the most exciting market, and the kingdom should play a role in that. Okay, I read that Saudi Arabia, I know, is building computing power to service this big AI rush, not just in biotech, in every other area. And I think what's most advantageous to you, what you should try to finesse, is to serve everybody, to make everybody your customer. Not just the US, not just China, but both, and others, if you can finesse it.
Great. Let me bring her into the conversation.
Yeah, so I'm not to be a broken record. I started an investment bank, a merchant bank 25 years ago in China. I'm from the US and was sent there by Merck. And I have to say, like, it seems like it came out all of a sudden, but if you looked at the whole 2 decades of what's been happening, it started with the CROs with Liga, and over in the last 10 years, $220 billion have been put in, right? So in order for an ecosystem to be developed, you need both talent and capital, and I feel like the CROs brought over talent. They started to home grow a lot of the talent, and then on top of that, you have capital. And like Eric said, last year, 30% of the global transactions was on China assets, and that's from nearly 0% 8 years ago. So when you think about even just sort of this region as it's trying to grow its biotech ecosystem, China was not even a nice generic market 30 years ago. It was very difficult. So I feel like as an ecosystem, it's been interesting to see the funding and the talent and the growth of that region. Yeah.
Bob, you have been investing and backed some of the most transformative biotech companies in our time. Where do you see the next frontier? And I want you also to comment on China rise and also Saudi and this region potential.
So I think I have a kind of interesting perspective because I started one of the first 2 innovation companies in China, which produced the first drug invented by Chinese ever for a new target in China history. So I always believed in China innovation, even before Chinese believed in China innovation. At the same time, I think it might be a little too early to declare victory. In all due respect, there's lots of people that have declared victory against the U.S. In economic matters. You know, Japan, Germany, China, etc. So I wouldn't bet against the U.S. But I do think that if you look at the advantages that China has right now, which actually are a really interesting lesson for the kingdom, it's a lot in regulatory innovation. Right. So 24 of the 24 out-licensed deals, the basic science happened in the US on the target. And what China has done is the central regulatory authority in China is as difficult as the US. What they've done is they've pushed things out into a distributed model to be able to go very rapidly to first in man. The next generation is if they get the data and AI system going, combined with low-cost inputs like that WuXi has developed, and you pair that together, that's a really good machine. And eventually, they're getting better and better on basic research, but still behind. But that can change. And it could change with AI. AI is a variable that none of us really know what the foundation models in biology are going to do. There really haven't been emergent behaviors yet, but the frontier is, can we get emergent behaviors to be able to predict new biology? And that hasn't, people will argue that happens. I don't think it has yet. There's hints of it. And so I think that from the US side, what the US needs to do is lower regulatory barriers based on what China's doing. We need to push out our regulatory barriers to be able to get first in man faster, or we're going to lose. But we haven't lost yet. From the kingdom's perspective, what the kingdom should do is not be just an emulator. You need to create your own path. And there's a moment in time where you are one of 3 or 4 places in the world, other than the US and China, that can kind of create a new data-driven clinical medicine system that creates data in a regulatory framework, so you need regulatory innovation, where you can get fast into man, but have data that you can then recontact this, kind of very interesting data system you have in the clinical world, so that you really create the first integrated national AI-driven health system. Now, China has pieces of that, but at the central level, it's very difficult to do. The US has pieces of that, but it's fragmented. You actually have the ability to really lead the world if you want to. I think it needs to be government-driven, actually, and then private sector supported, but it needs to have some real force behind it. But you have a really interesting opportunity now.
And how can we enable this potential? I will start with you, Ariane.
You said lose. Actually, I have to say, like on the ground in China, because I spend all my time in China, they're not thinking about competing in the sense of win and lose. Actually, they just want to get their drug into the clinic and into patients. That's all they think about. And when I went back to the US recently, I did realize that when you look at all the big pharma dollars that are being licensing, it does feel like you lose because it seems like there's a fixed pie. In my opinion, a lot of this, all the regulatory issues and a lot of the geopolitical issues, I think that really creates a lot of friction. And that friction really is not really good for, this conference is about humanity, and it's about, at the heart of it, it's about curing disease. And so, in my opinion, it's a lot of this government, a lot of the regulatory friction in terms of discovery and research really will create, in my opinion, just obstacles in terms of getting things into patients, right? So, I don't like to, the Chinese are not, at least the companies that we work with, the scientists that we work with, don't think in the framework of, I'm trying to compete faster than the other people. They're really just trying to get their products into patients.
Yeah. I've been saying that for 20 years. Like, is it really bad if I cure somebody of cancer in China? Like, no.
Right.
Yeah. Eric, do you have a comment?
I totally agree. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we need to remember biotechnology is about helping sick people. Yeah. And this should be beyond politics or geopolitics, if we could help it. I mean, if somebody is able to produce something at low cost and high value, that will save a large number of people. And the job of, I think, of politicians and regulators should be to think about how to get that to their patients.
But this lesson for Saudi is really important, though. Like, if you see what's happening in China with the regulatory barriers, it's not rocket scientists. You can do that, right? And if you see what's happening in data, you can do that too. So you can create this AI-driven preventive healthcare system that also attracts incoming dollars because people really like that kind of data system. I mean, the CRUK had just 500,000 people, and it changed everything about data. So there's nothing in the way. There's no invention that has to be made for the Saudi economy to actually take a leadership. It doesn't have to be just a Me Too. It doesn't have to be just relying on the US and China.
Sebastian, can smaller nations punch above their weight, especially in AI and biotech competition? I know Irene said it's not competing, but nation compete.
Absolutely, yes. I think, as you said, it's not always about competing, but it's about creating something and being good in what you're doing. And I couldn't agree more on what you just said. I think, especially when it comes to using AI in biotech, I'm not an expert in this field, but I guess it's like in other areas in AI, it's all about data. So if you build a healthcare system that is data-driven and based, and you give a lot of access to data, of course, you can perform much better than others. I think that's one of the problems in the EU at the moment, that whenever it comes to AI, the first idea in mind is how to secure data and how to guarantee data privacy, which is important as well. But if it's always the first thing that comes to your mind, I think you're not on a leading path. And I think what you just mentioned is something that can be done in smaller countries. I think the UAE is doing it extremely well and attracted a lot of biotech just because of using the data in the right way. I think it's something that could be done in Saudi and many other places in the world as well.
At Dream, you are working with different countries, with different nations. Can you talk us through how you deal with different nationality and different countries, especially if they are competing?
I would say, like, probably two aspects. Like, if you keep the US and China beside, because like they are giants and at a different level, I would say, to answer your question before, it's not always a question of size, how professional countries are in this field. And second, I think what happened especially in AI and cyber and everything probably that is related more to to the defense sector is that we live, unfortunately, in a divided world. When I grew up and when I was like a kid or a teenager, I always believed in a globalized world. I always had the feeling, getting older, that the world is getting closer and closer together. And I would say the war in Ukraine definitely changed everything. Of course, the region also here has its own problems. Now things are going in the right direction, but also in the region you always see some frictions. So from my perspective, probably if you see it from a global perspective, the war in Ukraine has changed everything. We live now in a divided world, and I think even if the war ends, in many areas, we will not get back easily to the globalized world I witnessed when I was a teenager. And if I think that's going to stay in some areas, and AI, technology will definitely be one of them.
Eric, what sector do you see the next DeepSeek moment in the Chinese market?
I think we are...
Don't keep it to yourself, though.
I invest in technologies, so I'm there, and I think that we're at the cusp of fairly major breakouts and breakthroughs in multiple sectors. Okay, biotech is one of them. Now, AI-enabled biotech. I think we're going to build fully integrated supply chain and a regulatory network that can combine research and manufacturing, and most importantly, patient data. I mean, that's where we have in large scale. Okay, so that I think we will have breakthrough there, and nuclear fusion. Okay, quantum computing, bioengineering, which is an offshoot of biotech. Major advances people don't know about, that we are able to use new methods to replace the stuff DuPont and BASF have been doing for 100 years to feed into our industry. That, I think, we have an advantage because there are many innovations in America too, and in China, in bioengineering, but the downstream industry is in China. Fermentation is in China. Chemical industry is in China. So when you invent something, you need to try it through the production process, and we have a lot to offer there. So I think in those areas, we're going to see major advances.
How about you, Ariane?
Yeah, there's two that come to mind. My firm also works on tech and consumer in addition to healthcare. There's two sectors. One was alluded to. One is synthetic biology, and the other one is robotics and humanoids. These are the two that I feel like there's a lot of activity. For the humanoids and the robotics, I kind of feel like, we saw China with the solar panels. We saw it with the EVs, right? And I see it now. The same thing that happened with EVs is happening with robotics and humanoids, just in terms of the entire supply chain. And what's interesting is, China is not going to deploy themselves in the world. I think China thinks of itself, I think China will be a supply chain component within that industry. The other one is synthetic biology, where it's like food, agriculture, food security, new materials. To me, synthetic bio is not being talked about in the same way that AI is, but the applications across biology are going to be vast, and it has to do with climate change. It has to do with manufacturing. So I feel like that's one thing that isn't on topic yet, but I predict that in the next few years we'll be talking about that.
Bob, with everything happening now in the US and globally, how do you see the biotech innovation dynamics in the US especially, and its effect globally?
I would be more worried about the cuts to research and some of the foment if I didn't think that we were in a transformative moment anyway. So even if we were just funding research the same and there was no kind of stress on the academic culture,
there is cut in funding.
AI is going to change kind of everything about science. So I think where you're going to see these kind of moments of innovation that may change everything about the way we think, even about supply chains. So if we think about supply chains and the existing way that we even contemplate supply chains, that also might change, right? So there are going to be these transient moments of competitive advantage, but I think a lot of things from research all the way down are going to change in the next kind of 1 to 5 years a lot. And I think there will be DeepSeek moments within AI that even aren't Gen AI. And so I think we're just in inning 1 of all of this, right? And it's going to be mostly US and China. There may be some other folks that that play in this space. I mean, you can make a great AI company with 50 people, right? So you need a lot of capital, you need a lot of compute, and you need really, really great people. Maybe that's here, maybe that's in the UAE, maybe that's in the UK, maybe it's in Singapore. I was joking the other day, maybe it's in Argentina. It's probably not continental Europe, but it could be. I wouldn't count it out.
Well, I think like talented people want to be at hubs where they have the opportunity to meet other talented people, yeah? And I think those countries, even if they are small, who are able to become a hub, yeah, attract more and more. And I think, unfortunately, if you look at continental Europe, like a lot of talent has the impression that it's more attractive elsewhere. I think there is no real fight for these talents there. There is not the same capital markets than in other places of the world, and this combination, I think, is unfortunately not good for Europe at the moment, but the big chance for countries like Saudi, the UAE, Singapore, others that you mentioned before. So I would say it's a combination.
How do you see, Eric, the talent deal flow coming from China, Europe, different parts of the world to places like Saudi or the Gulf region, especially with also some of the restriction that's happening in the US?
I mean, it's a very sensitive and big issue. I mean, of course, we produce a very large pool of engineering talents, STEM talents. I mean, I think our STEM graduates is more than the rest of the world combined or something. Enormous pool. A fraction of those go to Silicon Valley and they compete with their peers back home. And if you look at AI, you go to the Valley, a bunch of them are Chinese from China. But that's just a fraction. So people will say, we have the Chinese go to the U.S. and compete with us. Come on, it's 1 out of 100 or something go to the U.S. We got 99 of them, So that, but I think the U.S. has a great advantage in its ability to attract talents globally. Okay, it's really an amazing feast. But also, like everything else, every advantage brings its own disadvantage. If you have to rely on imported talents, that could be an issue at some point. And that's something for places like the Kingdom, and that would be a very difficult issue to think about. Because, of course, you're smaller.
Yes.
So you need to import talents. But when you do import talents, how do you see these talents affect your existing society? And that, in America, it's already created a lot of problems, a lot of backlash, a lot of cultural divide, internal conflicts. So it's something to think about.
Yeah, so I will bring Garina.
If you allow, I do not 100% agree. I think like cultural backlash and like frictions in the society normally are created when you have a lot of people migrating who do not contribute. Yeah, so if you have, like in Europe, high social welfare standards, and you have a lot of migration and people do not contribute, but like get paid from the social welfare system, then I think it creates a lot of friction. Normally, if you have talent moving to a society, I think like who contribute, people more or less enjoy it, or most of them. And second, I think the big question is not if it's imported talent or not, because like you cannot put the fence around these people, no matter if they are originally there or if they are imported. If they find another place that is more attractive to them, they will leave. You cannot keep them. So from my perspective, it will be more important, like the more we go to from an industrial world or economy to an IP-driven world, the bigger the fight for talent will become, and the more important it will be for countries to keep them. Because for China now, you say if only 1 out of 100 goes to the Silicon Valley, fine, no problem at all, you keep 99. If it would be the other way around, it would be a huge issue. Yeah. So, and I think that's the same for all places in the world, no matter if they are big or small.
Yeah.
Ariana.
I mean, I think that every individual makes an individual choice of where they want to be, right? An entrepreneur or a scientist. It's not, we're looking at a macro level, but each person's making a choice. Part of it is, you have homegrown talent, and that is a source of talent. But part of it is, where can you go, right? I think now there's increasing restrictions, right, in terms of whether people are allowed to go or whether people want people to immigrate to go. And then the other thing is, where's the capital? Where's the environment that is supportive of me to do my work, right? So I think it's like if you look at from a China point of view, there was a mass migration out during a big education period. Then the opportunity came, and there was a mass migration back because this is where the opportunity was, and capital was there to support it. They could get further and do more in this environment. And then, for other reasons, COVID, then, some people move back and forth. I think the fundamental is you need to have a environment that supports the entrepreneurs, that has capital that supports them, and gives you an environment where you can do your work, right? And
you did in the past cross-border investment.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
When you look at investment, how do you evaluate the talent there? Like specifically, I'm talking about if you are looking at the Saudi ecosystem.
I mean, I think to me. When we look at investors who invest in companies and invest in regions, it's really, when we talk about large MNCs about where they're looking for molecules, they're just looking for good things. So it's actually not really necessarily they're looking in one particular. To me, I feel like when you're looking for a molecule, you're looking for a good asset, an inexpensive asset. It doesn't matter where it is in the world; it can be anywhere. Right? So I think that in general, in terms of investment, it's actually agnostic to the location. It's actually really more about, in the case of biotech, the pipeline and the product, and the ability to actually have financial return. Right?
Well, is it zero-sum game when it comes to biotech, AI, leadership, and competitiveness?
No, not at all. I mean, I think all of this stuff is reinforcing for humanity, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's the interesting thing when you mention the Middle East, like, there were two kind of intellectual centers for hundreds, even thousands of years, right? China and the Middle East, right? Mm-hmm. And the first time in hundreds of years where you see human capital inflow into the Middle East, primarily in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and a little bit here, even though the human capital base here is broader, which gives you an advantage. Your starting base is better, right? They have to import everything. You don't. Has been now, right? Without being bought. And that's a change. And that's a huge signal to me that, I was talking to the Singaporean foreign minister, and I was saying, you need to move faster because the Middle East is going to give you a run for the money. And I think you might even be behind.
Yes.
And it's like your decision process, everybody in this world of AI cannot screw around. Like, this is not like we spend 2 years studying the thing, like, here we go. It's like you need fast government, action. You need private sector support. You need to nucleate companies who then can go create these, centers of 25, 50, 100 great people, some of whom are going to be local here, all of whom are going to be imported there. And, but you don't have time, you don't have a lot of time to think about this one, so 5 years from now you have a plan. Right? It needs to go.
Eric, what's your perspective? Is it zero-sum game?
I think that's sort of it's not, it shouldn't be. But we have essentially, I think, two forces. One is it's not a zero-sum game. It's creating benefits for all. And second is that politics and geopolitics are making it zero-sum.
Or something.
So these two forces are concurrent. They're happening at the same time. For a place like UAE or the kingdom, you have to juggle that in your attempt to be an AI power. You need to buy these chips from America. And they may tell you that if you use our chips, you can't serve Chinese customers. So what do you do? And of course, China is probably becoming a bigger market at some point, just like oil.
Yeah.
Okay, remember, America was our biggest customer. Now we're the biggest by far, not even close, double-digit bigger. So you got to be able to play it like this.
Does that mean you produce more carbon?
Sorry. Yeah, that's correct. No, because America is getting their own oil and gas now.
I'm just teasing.
They're exporting. So in AI, it's the same thing. How do you balance this? How do you finesse it so that you could be neutral and help make it not zero sum?
But see, I think you want to play to win. I don't think you want to be just like US, China, like do all this, like, I think you should play to win. Like, don't play to be a partner of US or a partner of China only, right? You want to play to be an AI powerhouse, I think. And that's tricky.
When I reflect on it, because actually I was born in America, and I was sent to China to bring the hepatitis B vaccine. Merck donated it to the Chinese government because they had a problem. And at that time, I was on an energy panel, and we were talking about 30 years ago, there were power outages, right? You don't think about that anymore. China has come from it has developed so rapidly, and it was a country that had limited resources when it began, and this is a region that has a lot of resources, right? So it's to the point which is, the energy here actually reminds me of China 30 years ago when I first went to China, and when I say that, everybody that I talk to that comes here for the first time feels it as well. But the main difference is this region has resources, and China didn't at that time. So I don't have any, rather than thinking about how to sort of keep up, we're in an age and with the technology, things are leapfrogging, right? So you don't actually have to think about things in very linear terms anymore, right? So I feel like with that level of energy and that, you have the youth, you have the resources, I think with that sort of optimism, you can actually have very high aspirations, right? Rather than living in a duality of a world. And I think that the US and China as regions are very open in general to partnering. So I think that's a matter of, like China did when they were first developing, they were relying on the technology and understanding, working with others to build their own ecosystems.
10 years from now, do you think it will be the US or China or maybe somewhere else leading in biotech and AI? We'll start with you, Sebastian.
I think for sure the the US and China, at least in AI in general, will be in the lead. And I think that
No, you need to pick one. It's
I have to pick one. I still believe in the US. Yeah.
You know, my family is also from Taiwan, so I feel like I have three parents that, you know, like I don't think I don't know that I can pick one, actually. To be honest, I don't think that there's going to be one. I don't think that this is a zero-sum game. So I sort of refuse to pick one, to be honest.
So can you talk about if it's the US and China, why not others also who potentially can?
I think there can be others. So I think that the US and China right now have a lot of strength, but I don't want to paint a world where I think it's a completely bifurcated world, even though I know that we feel like often it is.
Eric?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I think it's going to be a scale game.
Okay.
Okay. When it comes to AI and biotech, what I'm saying. Okay. And it's going to be a scale game, and it's going to be an integrated game. So who can organize better? And it's not just about innovation. Innovation is important. It's not just about science. Science is important, but it's about scale and integrated infrastructure, hard and soft infrastructure. And I think the Chinese are going to be the biggest in this space 10 years from now. Well, it's not the top dog or anything, but certainly, it's going to be able to create the most at the cheapest price.
I think that assumes that the world and scale operate on the existing way that it does. And I think that may not be the case in the age of AI. So I remember sitting with Kai-Fu Lee in 2019 and 2018, he was telling me how China was going to kick our ass in AI. Mm-hmm. And then probably in 2023, there was a bunch of people going like, this doesn't seem to be the case. So I don't think we know, and I don't know, I think neither China nor the US knows what the next few years of kind of emerging behaviors and scaling laws and how all of these things will really impact the downstream things. So I think we know in general lots of data is good, but we don't know that that's going to be exactly the way that some of these other systems scale. So I think and I don't think the AI companies know either, right? They don't even know that, the difference between AGI and superintelligence. I'm like, okay, like if AGI happens and it's 5x smarter than all of humans, do you think we're 5x smarter than we were in 1950? Probably. So does that mean that we solve quantum, that we solve, fusion? Maybe not. So I don't think this idea of that we actually can predict and understand anything between AGI and superintelligence, other than, lots of data matters, so I think you could be right, but it's not only that. I mean, if you look at DeepSeek, it kind of speaks the other way, right? It says there may be like asymmetric innovations under stress that change the whole equation. And it may mean that people find systems that don't take as much energy or some other wild innovation. So I think it's going to be a very interesting world. I don't think that KSA should think about it as anything but like we should figure out a way to play to win. You can win with hundreds of people, right? It's not millions of people. So I think, and I'd say the same thing for Abu Dhabi, same thing for Singapore. The UK could play. They seem to not be able to get out of their own way. Maybe they'll, find a way not to tax and, the people into submission, but they should be a player. And maybe the continent, I wouldn't count the continent out completely because you're going to have political change. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have, they definitely have the intellectual talent.
We have 1 minute left. Any final words?
I think the only certainty is uncertainty. I think that's sort of how I feel right now. And so I think the only thing is everybody has to be very adaptable and very resilient, because I think the future is actually very uncertain. Yeah.
Eric?
I agree. Just be agile.
Sebastian?
Agree.
Thank you all for listening and
Thank you.
for great discussion.
Thank
you.
you.
I think we'll be okay. The mic's on.
السلام عليكم. كيف حالك؟ طيب سلطان عباد. Oh, mics are on already, huh?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think before we get started with the panel, I think that FII would like to take a poll of the audience. So I asked them to take the poll before we started because I didn't want it to be a poll on my performance. So if the pollster can get started, then we'll continue with our program. So check your iPhones, everyone, I think. Okay. It's coming. Stay tuned. Hold on to your seats.
That's it. It's done.
That's it. Thank you. Can giga projects achieve speed, quality, and cost efficiency all at once? That was my question. So I think we have some interim results. 42% said yes, giga projects can achieve speed, quality, and cost efficiency all at once, and 58% said no. 58% said no. Well, with that, I think we'll end the session. No. I'm H.P. Goldfield, and it's an honor to be here with all of you, and my panel especially. And ladies and gentlemen, we're no longer talking about developments. We're talking about projects that create economies and build nations. Each of the organizations that is represented this afternoon on the stage represents a new form of governance, capital efficiency, and national identity. While one question is, in fact, building at the speed and scale of their project, another is whether these companies and ecosystems can evolve as fast as the challenges ahead. I'd like to start by asking each of you to introduce yourselves and by giving a single sentence or two that captures the essence of your project. But I'd like to start by each of you introducing yourselves and giving just a sentence or two, if
Thank
possible.
you. Thank you, HP, and welcome to my colleagues and all the other attendees here. My name is Anis. I represent Arabian Diyar. We are a property developer, a fast-growing one, a hungry one. And we started about 25 years ago as a construction firm, and we pivoted into property development about 6 years ago. And that's where we are right now, and we're looking forward to working with many developers as well as mega and giga project owners like yourselves. Thank you.
Thanks, HP. And it's great to be here among my colleagues and my friends. My name is Talal Kinsara. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer in Diriyah. So Diriyah is one of the giga projects that started a couple of years back when the vision was triggered. Diriyah simply is taking place in the birthplace of the kingdom. So it's one of the most significant cultural and heritage places in the kingdom. So the aim of the project is to create a destination taking and inspiring by that significant heritage and culture, and turn that into a living destination, a destination that can be visited from all around the world, and people they can actually visit, live, and work in that destination.
Thank you, Talal.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the FII. I've been coming to FII from the very beginning, so 9 years back now, and every year it really gets bigger and better, so it's pretty amazing. And of course, welcome to the esteemed panelist as well. I'm Charles Beal. I am the Group Chief Operating Officer for Roshan. And I know we have a number of international guests in the audience, so maybe I can level up them a little bit that they may not know about the Roshan Group. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of the Public Investment Fund. We are one of the 5 giga projects, along with Darija, Red Sea, Neom, and Qiddiya. We are no longer a startup company. We just celebrated our 5th year anniversary. So we're still a very young company, but I'd say no longer a startup company. We have a significant land bank. We are Saudi Arabia's national real estate developer. We have over 200 million square meters of land across the kingdom, and we're developing in 4 major cities. Riyadh is kind of our headquarters with our flagship Cedar project, Jeddah, Mecca, and Dammam. Our land bank supports around 400,000 residential units, but we're also involved in office, retail, education, sports facilities, parks, mosques, healthcare facilities, and so forth. So I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for your time and attending this session. I'm Sultan Al-Ubaida. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at CAFT, King Abdullah Financial District, development and management company. The company was established in 2018 after a legacy project that was initiated by a different entity and acquired by the PIF in 2018. It's a mixed-use development. Many of you know it at least as the skyline of Riyadh currently. It's the first operational project as a mixed-use development under the PIF umbrella. And we have a lot of future ambitions that looking forward to talk about within the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Walid Al-Dail, Chief of Strategy and Digital at the Royal Commission for Al-Ula. The Royal Commission for Al-Ula aims to develop a journey through time in the largest open living museum, a cultural landscape where civilizations have lived and thrived. What we do is develop experiences for our visitors as well as quality of life for the residents of Al-Ula.
Nice. Thank you. My first question I'm going to address to both Talal and Charles, if that's fair. With growing focus on public spending efficiency, accelerating private sector participation has got to be essential. How is Darija, how is Roshan leveraging its unique value proposition to attract private capital and mobilizing it without slowing delivery times?
Great. Thank you. So HB, I think bringing investors has been in the recipe since the beginning, but it wasn't with the same scale. So at the beginning, we know that we cannot do this alone. That was a fact. And we wanted to tap into the private sector or third parties to participate. Now, the thing that we've increased the space and we've increased the amounts for investments. But let me maybe try to paint a picture here. So with the uniqueness of Darija and with the value proposition that we have, we are sitting in Riyadh, so we're very close from Riyadh, so this is taking advantage of the economy of Riyadh, of course. The second is the value proposition itself. So the value proposition is a project that is built to serve humans. It's a project that is built to respect culture and heritage. So that's a very unique value proposition if you can translate that into a simple urban energy. So it's lifestyle, it's one of our aims. People coming to enjoy and visit and be immersed in a new different culture. learning about the Saudi tradition, learning about the Saudi norms, and offering a number of activities and touristic activities. Adding to that, now a lot of human capital, we'll witness a lot of human capital inflow, I think, within the next couple of years. One of the great places to stay and live is Diriyah. So if you match that with the experience that investors and third-party developers has when it comes to access to market, when it comes to their agility as well, and their funding options, their different funding options. So this is what we're trying to do now, is to try to match what we have as a value proposition to what the investors has. So even before we go to the market, the minute we open the doors with larger spaces, so we're speaking about spaces that exceeds 1 million square meter of development, immediately we got people interested. And the thing that at the beginning we said, we think we will only attract regional or local investors. But the thing, no, we saw international investors partnering with local investors and coming to invest. Now we're still in the negotiation. We have around 6 or 7 deals under negotiation right now. Negotiation takes place, not only from a commercial perspective, because we need to make sure that they understand the DNA of Diriyah and they can actually bring the value as promised by Diriyah. And this is something that will not add a burden to the investors. It's on the contrary. This what will make them better than the rest of Riyadh, I would say. Being in Diriyah, matching the value proposition. It's not only a bunch of architectural guidelines that they need to follow, but this represents a long-term value of Diriyah. This represents a human scale development, something that will really deliver different lifestyle, a different promise to the people. And we know that will happen. It's going beyond what we think when it comes to investment. Now the thing that we need to crack the best deals to make sure that this is a win-win situation and this is a very sustainable long-term relationship. We need to make sure that the urban services, the municipality services that we promise the people that we are going to do in terms of lifestyle, in terms of experience to the tourist, it's going to happen even with having investors and even with having different operators that will be with us on ground.
Thank you. Charles?
We have partnered quite a lot with a number of sub-developers in our community. So typically we will master plan the entire community, have in place different architectural guidelines and planning guidelines. We'll install the primary infrastructure. And just because of the size of our mandate, as I mentioned earlier, we have a land bank of 200 million square meters, 400,000 plus residential units, plus all of the other mixed use assets I mentioned. That's a huge mandate that we certainly cannot execute in the timeline by ourselves. We have already sold about 1 million square meters of land to third-party developers. Our flagship project here in Riyadh is Cedra, and that supports about 50,000 residential units plus schools, mosques, shopping centers, and so forth as well. So I think ultimately our role is more so as the master developer, set the look and feel of the community, put in place the guidelines and so forth, and then build some communities, build some vertical assets, but also partner with the private sector to help us as well. And that not only includes local real estate developers, but also we've had a couple of meetings over the last few months with some very large international developers, publicly listed. Some of these firms are doing 80,000 housing units a year. So there's a lot of interest in the kingdom. FII is a testament to that. The whole world is looking at Saudi Arabia and wants to get involved in the growth story here, and we're attracting quite a few partners. And we're also looking at accelerating our JVs as well. Since we do have a large land bank, we put in the land and bring a partner with us who puts in equity and jointly develop projects. So we have lots of different programs and flexibility.
Thank you. Thank you. Sultan, given the unprecedented scale of development ongoing in Riyadh, from office space to general commercial and retail, what strategies are you adopting at CAFT as both a development and as an organization to stay competitive?
Well, staying competitive in CAFT means never standing still. So we, as Riyadh is continually evolving rapidly, our approach is to evolve even faster. So we created this, I would say, future-ready ecosystem that anticipates what the market needs, not just for today, but also for the upcoming years. And I would say our real strength lies in how we attract international companies and regional headquarters within the district. And these companies choose to be in CAFT mainly for their proximity to key players and decision makers in a place where they're surrounded by a live, work, and play environment designed for both productivity and an enhanced quality of life. We also we embed technology in everything we do, whether it's from our smart city solutions to our digital twin or preventive maintenance. So we use technology in everything we do. And I would say our agility and governance help us to move fast, making bold and confident decisions, and that helps us set a new benchmark for Riyadh in terms of quality, sustainability, and innovation.
Thank you. Anis, I think Arabian DR has a bit of a different context than some of the Giga projects. I'd like to ask you, what's the role of private-owned developers like Arabian DR in helping to achieve Vision 2030? What's the role of private developers?
Sure, thank you. First of all, like what HB said, we are not a mega developer or mega project owner, giga project owner. We have already taken concrete steps to work with the owners like Roshan and Diriyah. And we are happy to say that we have already bought a piece of land as a sub-developer, and we look forward to doing more in the coming 1 or 2 years, together with Diriyah, of course. So what we've done before embarking on this project, we have already committed to build and deliver more than 6,000 units with National Housing Company, building communities which are in townhouses as well as other villas and as well as apartments in 3 cities. And that we have delivered in the last 6 to 7 years. We are still undertaking that project. We have now taken a concrete step to work with the likes of Roshan and Diriyah and hopefully with another private or rather PIF company to do the same. So that's a concrete and a meaningful and small contribution that we are making towards achieving national housing objectives of Vision 2030. We're enjoying what we're doing, especially with the kinds of communities that Roshan is developing and delivering. I myself, I've driven through Sidra. I like the lift-in feel of the community. Kudos to you and your team. And each time we get tenders, invitations from Roshan and from Diriyah, I get excited. With my development team, I would read from page to page. And I get excited because you are coming to the kingdom to offer Saudis a lot of hopes. And they have a lot of aspirations in home ownership. And not only that, they desire and they demand and expect quality home ownership. And we are happy to see Giga project owners like Roshan, Diriyah, Gidea, and Jeddah Central doing their part to set a leadership where we can then follow you closely and get along to work with you. Yeah.
Thank you. Walid, I was thinking this morning about Alula. I had the good fortune to visit Alula in 2019 as a guest of His Royal Highness. And, you know, we were going to go to a restaurant for lunch, but I think there weren't many in 2019, and so we went to someone's home. But I was absolutely stunned by the exquisite natural beauty of Alula and all of the sensitive areas that really attract people and attract tourists and the like. How do you balance protecting that natural environment, all that beauty, with developing a sustainable project over time? because you've done a great job.
Thank you, H. The development of Al Ula started back in 2017 with the aim to reach 2 million visitors and development of hospitality keys. And the size of Al Ula is about 22,000 square kilometers, where 60,000 inhabitants already live in Al Ula. The journey through time made sure that the development we do in Al Ula is very sustainable. It combines the vibrant community and also the protection of the landscape with 5 protected areas. So what happened since that time until now is continuous development, but also maintaining the essence of Al Ula. When it comes to, for example, the conservation and protection, the regeneration of the cultural oasis, about 57,000 square kilometers have been rehabilitated. In addition to that, about 4,000 square meters have been developed in terms of trails. And the idea of that is the heritage in Al Ula is a livable, and it's a product also for community and economic activities as well. The balance also continues to reach the area where the quality of life of the residents also is of high importance. Recently, Al Ula became part of the smart cities at the IMD index. And for us, that's a testament also for the commitment that we need to bring to the community and the concepts of upskilling and reskilling for the community so they can still play a role within the development of Al Ula. And that happens through various of our programs whereby people are still at the core focus of our development. Examples of that, the Al Ula Scholarship Program, A'la Academy, Mahd Academy for sports focus, and the activities are many when it comes to that, because we believe people are the fuel for the development of Al Ula and its communities.
You've done a great job. Talal, all of us that have driven through Riyadh and near Diriyah have seen more cranes in operation than I've seen anywhere in my life. If Dubai thought the crane was the natural bird, they were wrong. But Talal, I'm amazed how Diriyah is able to operate existing property, existing businesses and the like. Take, the F&B projects in Bujeri Terrace and the new one not far away. And you've preserved and made a historic site and a UN recognized site, the old capital of Diriyah, which is just magnificent. But with all the construction going on, how do you operate businesses at the same time? What has been your strategy with respect to finance, to governance, et cetera? How are you able to manage all that at the same time, attract tourists to existing destinations within Diriyah, and at the same time have so many cranes operating and building?
That's a tough one. I think it wasn't. That was the strategy from the beginning. That Diriyah has assets like Al Ula, like Walid said. It has assets that can be immediately. We get people access to it immediately, like Batraif district. It has been fully under conservation until it was part of UNESCO back in 2010. So we knew that the story of Diriyah is not. Diriyah is not a theme park. It's not a gated city where everything will be developed at once and then we'll open the gates for the tourists and for the people to come. It's a phased approach. It's an evolution. So we said, okay, the best thing to start is the jewel of Diriyah. And where Diriyah actually began, it is the sign today. It is the witness from that time, the first Saudi state. So let's start with the Taif district. And we said, okay, if you're going to develop from north to south, it would be better to at least decrease and maybe manage the impact of construction when it comes to experience. I would not say that we've managed 100% the impact successfully. The experience when everything is open will be, multiplied in excess. But what's happening right now that we try to minimize the impact of construction as much as possible. So this is why we picked the location for our first number of assets, which is Al-Tarif, Bujeri, and Zallal, and also the first hotel and the first museum operated by MOC. If you see it in a map, you'll see that it has been selected intentionally because this is a bit far. I wouldn't say far, but it's not that adjacent to the construction sites. You can still hear the noise. I remember one of the restaurant owners say that, I don't know, maybe after a couple of years, if I don't hear the noise of the construction, what will happen? I think it becomes part of the experience, though we call this progress. And after quite some time, we will start with DG2. So the cranes will be moving from DG1, which is the Area 1, where you see the cranes today, on the west side of the ring road to the east side of the ring road to start on DG2. So the construction journey will continue. We're still going to develop. We're still in the infrastructure stages and other assets. We already started developing the assets themselves. But that was intentional from the beginning. It was the strategic call to invite people to see the area, even if it's not fully opened. And to showcase to the people the story of the area and what they are going to expect in the area in the future. So that was great because it helped also the investors when they come. It's not a greenfield project anymore. We have assets that are delivered. We have operational assets that will set the standard for our operation, and we're learning a lot from our county operation. So that's another objective as well that we need to test. We cannot go suddenly and operate a huge site, an 11 million square meter site. So what we're doing now is also learning for our future operations. So I wouldn't say that it's a 100% experience, but we're doing our best now to minimize the impact. One of the examples that we've hosted Formula E for quite some time. People remember that we started 2018 hosting the Formula E. But when we saw that with the construction that Formula E cannot be really hosted anymore, it will really have a huge impact on experience. This is where the board decided to take Formula E away from the area. So we measure the impact, and if we foresee that that impact will really have an effect on experience and people's satisfaction, we don't do it anymore.
Thank you. Charles, given the focus of Roshan, I believe, on home ownership and expanding home ownership, and the hugely positive reception and interest from the Saudi population in that, do you believe that there's a relatively untapped market for middle-income home ownership? And how is Roshan working to optimize and organize and address this opportunity, if it is an opportunity?
Well, thanks, HP, for the question. I think there's a tremendous opportunity in all of Saudi Arabia for housing. It's a very young and growing population. And one of the pillars of the Vision 2030, of course, is to exceed 70% home ownership for Saudi citizens. We have already handed over 3,000 units to our customers in Sedra. I'll brag a little bit. We're the first giga project to hand over units to customers a couple of years back. And in 2026, we'll probably hand over another 5,000 to 6,000 units. And then, as I mentioned, some of our third-party developers as well. We've enabled about 36,000 residential units to the market. And then in total, we have around 18,000 units underway right now. Most of our projects are sold out upon launch, in just a couple of weeks or months. In many cases, some of our early buyers, families, have seen tremendous capital appreciation, so that's great. Sedra in particular, and really all of our communities, was a bit of a new concept for Saudi Arabia. If you drive around a lot of the residential areas in most of the cities here in Saudi, most of the villas are walled and gated. You can't even see in to a certain extent, and that reflects the culture of privacy. Now, we took a big risk in the design of Cedra. We benchmarked some of the best-in-class communities from around the world, and we wanted a more interactive communities where people know their neighbors and interact with their neighbors. And so we decided to plan a community with no front walls. So we still have side and rear walls to provide privacy and gardens for our customers, but there are no walls in the front. And what that really creates is what we call a living street. So I'm proud to say I'm actually a resident of Cedra. We have happy customers. If they have a problem, then they can come see me. But more than often, they're really happy with this somewhat new design for the kingdom. Every time I come home from work in the evening, I've got kids playing football in the street, riding scooters, bicycles. We also implemented, a 5 to 10 minute walk type radius for all of the daily essentials for our families and our communities. So that would include playgrounds, mosques, schools, and some of the daily retail needs. So those are all within a 5 or 10 minute walk of all of our residents in our communities. And that too has been very popular and very unusual. This is very much a car culture still in Saudi, and we've been able to minimize that, get people outside more often, and certainly this time of the year, it's great to see everybody out and about, exercising, another pillar of the Vision 2030, quality of life and so forth. So we are fully supportive of that, and it's a tremendous opportunity for not only us, but other sub-developers and other developers in Saudi Arabia.
We only have a couple minutes left. I can't believe only a couple minutes, because I could go on for quite a while. Waleed, looking ahead, what are the key priorities and opportunities that will define Alula's next phase of development? How can investors, partners, and international stakeholders engage with RCU to be part of this transformative journey?
Thank you. This is very important for us, and it's part of our vision for Al-Ula, because we believe, as my colleague Talal mentioned, that development of also our destination Al-Ula takes place also with our partners, which include also investors. The development of Al-Ula, of course, include wide scale of opportunities when it comes to, of course, tourism as the main industry. That is also backed up by the pillars for it, which is hospitality, housing, but also include other important elements for the cultural offer for Al-Ula, which includes also film, art and creative industries, and artisanals that we've been training for Al-Ula to take up the development of it. We believe the readiness of Al-Ula is coming to a place whereby number of the bankable opportunities being developed for the private sector through a variety of means, including PPP, which may take probably the majority of what's coming for the private sector. And we believe that would be the slogan for the next phase, which is the development with the others.
Thank you. And I can't believe we're out of time, but we are. And I just think that the excitement that's generated by each of your projects is incredible. And I just applaud all of you for developing and having a strategy that can balance so many complex issues that go into a small development, let alone building new cities, which you're all taking part in. So I think the entire audience should applaud you all for a job well done to date, and hopefully a job well done for the future. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
you.